Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 151. That is, what is agile testing? Let me answer. Agile testing is a software testing technique which follows the principles of agile software development. In simple terms, what is agile testing? Agile testing is a software testing technique which follows the principles or standards of agile software development, and agile testing is performed throughout each and every iteration of agile SDLC model followed projects. So if there are projects which are following this agile SDLC model, in such kind of projects, if you are performing testing, that testing is nothing but agile testing. So the testing which is performed throughout each and every iteration of agile SDLC model followed projects is nothing but agile testing. Okay. Other way to explain what is agile testing is this line. So there are some advantages that we get by performing agile testing in this agile SDLC model followed projects. What are those advantages we get by performing agile testing? Less documentation and more collaboration. Okay. Unlike traditional projects where agile SDLC model is not followed, okay, in such kind of projects, if you are doing testing, which is a non-agile testing, there a lot of documentation has to be created, like test plans have to be created, detailed test cases have to be created, detailed other documents have to be created. But coming to agile, okay, coming to agile testing, which is performed in agile SDLC model followed projects, less documentation, okay, less importance for documentation and more collaboration. Like discussion will be more, guys. Okay, so people will collaborate more. The different teams like business team, development team, testing team, they will collaborate more, they will discuss, they'll share the things too often. Because of that, less importance is given for documentation. If less importance is given to the documentation, automatically less time, right? Time will be reduced. Testing team can put efforts on the activities that need to be focused on rather than on the documentation. So second advantage is continuous feedback from business team. This is a very major advantage, you can say. Okay, it's a major advantage we can say, because continuous feedback is very much important, right? In traditional projects, in non-agile projects or traditional projects, what happens generally is less importance is given to feedback, okay, or the the development and testing team will get less feedback from the client side. So what happens because of that is wrong product will be developed, okay, or wrong features will be developed throughout the process. So here the problem is resolved because continuous feedback from business team. While the developers and testers are working, the business team will give continuous feedback. Because of this continuous feedback, the development and testing will go in a proper direction and the correct product will be developed, okay, continuously. And continuous non-stop testing, guys, continuous testing or continuous non-stop testing will not stop. Unlike traditional projects where testing will only start after development and all, but here testing will be done non-stop from the beginning of the iteration till the end of the iteration. Testing team will keep on working and keep on testing. So while the requirements are getting added in the form of stories, one side the requirements are getting added uh, to the iterations of this particular agile SDLC model followed projects continuously, and at same time other side continuous non-stop testing is being done by the testers. Okay, tests are continuously updated. Here not only testing is done continuously, but whatever the tests that are being used by testing to perform testing are also getting updated. While the requirements are getting updated, tests are also getting updated. So it's everything is a continuous process, guys. Continuous feedback, continuous testing, continuous development, continuous updation, and so on. Because of this continuous work, more results or more work will be done in less time, and it will save time and cost, right? And also less documentation, and the important things only will be done. More collaboration and more work will be done instead of giving focus to the documentation and unnecessarily wasting the time here and there. Okay, and also testing is continuous. That's what is important. So again, just to conclude, guys, what is agile testing? Is a software testing technique which follows the principles and standards of agile software development, and it is performed throughout each and every iteration of agile SDLC model followed projects, which is nothing but agile testing. So hope, guys, you got the answer for what is agile testing in this session. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 152. That is, what is mutation testing? Let me answer. Mutation testing is a white box testing technique in which the application source code is mutated, that is changed. Mutated means changed in small ways to verify whether the executed test cases are resulting in bugs after mutation or not. Okay, by changing the source code, okay, in small ways, by changing the source code in small ways, we are verifying whether the test cases are resulting in the proper results or not. Okay, are resulting the bugs or proper results or failures or whatever it is. Okay, after changing the source code in small ways. So it's a white box testing technique in which the application source code is mutated, that is changed in small ways to verify the executed test cases are resulting in bugs after mutation. Let me give an example so that this particular statement will become more easy for you. For example, guys, there is some application source code. Okay, let me write some source code for an application. Okay, application will contain a lot of code written by developer. Let's take only one portion of the source code. Okay, it says that if A is greater than B, if A is greater than B, else, like this. Here I'll write some pseudo code, guys. Okay, it's not the it's not specific to any programming language. I'll write some pseudo code. Okay, print A is greater than B, I'll say greater than B. So this is the original source code of an application. Let's assume this is an original source code of a particular functionality of an application. So else I'll say B is greater than A, like this some pseudo code. Fine. So how to change this pseudo code as part of performing the mutation testing? Okay, how we are performing mutation testing? It is a white box testing technique in which the application source code is mutated, that is changed in small ways. If you assume this is the application source code, then how do you mutate it? How do you change it in small ways? Let's say the mutation I will do is I'll modify this greater than symbol to less than symbol. Okay, or any other symbol, not equal to symbol or less than or equal to symbol or different things. So this is a small change I have done. This is a small mutation I have done. Okay, in the source code. So white box testing technique in which the application source code is mutated. Mutated means changed. In which ways? In small ways. Changed in small ways to verify whether the executed test cases are resulting in bugs after mutation. Before changing the source code, before changing this source code, if you run the test cases, okay, before changing the source code, if you have run the test cases, what results you are getting after doing some mutation in the source code, after doing some small changes in the source code, again when you run the test cases, again when you execute the test cases, are there any differences or not? You have to check. Okay, before mutation, test cases are giving some results. After mutation, the test cases should also give the results, but it should result in some failures or different results it should give. If both are giving the same results before test cases and after test cases are equal, then there is a problem with the test cases. The test cases that are written for testing the application are not effective. Okay, so what is the purpose of this mutation testing? To check the quality of the test cases, guys. Okay, by doing this kind of mutation at the source code level in small ways, we will check whether the test cases executed are giving the proper results after mutation or not. Okay, to check the quality of the test cases, how effective the test cases are. If the test cases here before executed test cases before the mutation and after test cases after mutation, if both are giving same results, that means there is a problem with the test cases. we have to we have to do what? We have to create more effective test cases to overcome this problem. So the test cases are not identifying the defects which can be caused due to mutation. By doing these small changes, the application should behave differently, and okay, because of the mutation the application should give different results. But if the test cases are not identifying the changes or not identifying such kind of bugs which are resulted in, intentionally we are mutating, right? Intentionally we are mutating the stuff. If the if the test cases are not identifying such kind of bugs because of the mutations or small changes in the source code, the test cases need to be improvised or to be made more effective so that such kind of differences need to be identified. Okay, before mutation, test cases should give some results. After mutation, test cases should give different results based on the mutation. If not, if the deviation is not in the test cases, that means test cases, something is missing in the test cases that we have to make them more effective. Okay, and at same time we can find the ambiguities in the code which may cause the system to fail. So by doing this kind of small changes, okay, we can find out the different ambiguities, okay, different things in the code, okay, which can cause the system to fail. So by by putting less than, or for example if I put less than or equal to symbol, okay, so what will happen? So this may result in some ambiguities. Okay, there we can find this kind of ambiguities in the code, which may result in the system to fail because of this changes in small changes to the code. The system, this particular code may fail. Okay, they result in some failures. Such kind of ambiguities we can find, and also we can main purpose is to make the test cases more effective and testing more effective by increasing the or improving the quality of the test cases by running the test cases before doing the mutation, and after running the test cases, after mutation also we'll run the test cases to see any differences are there. If differences are there, we are good. If differences are not there, we have to make the test cases more effective. So this is what is mutation testing, guys. So hope guys you got the answer for what is mutation testing. It's a white box testing technique in which the application source code is mutated, that is changed in small ways. The way this is a small way we have changed the code, right, in small ways, to verify whether the executed test cases are resulting in bugs after mutation or not, to verify whether the test cases are effective or not, okay, to verify the quality of the test cases, whether the quality of the test case is good or not, still finding the mistakes after doing the small mutations or not, okay. Intentionally, we are mutating the code to check the quality of the test cases or to make the test cases more effective. This is what is mutation testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 153. That is, what is mobile testing? Let me answer. Mobile testing is also known as or called as mobile application testing. So what will be tested as part of mobile testing? Testing performed on the applications that are developed for running on supported mobile devices is known as mobile testing. Okay, if you are testing the mobile applications which are designed or developed for running on different mobile devices, that is called as mobile testing. Testing such kind of applications on different supported mobile devices is known as mobile testing. Examples are we can perform mobile testing where we can test WhatsApp mobile app. Okay, we have different applications in the mobile, right? Like the day to day we use a lot of applications like WhatsApp, Amazon. If you are testing any such kind of applications which are running on mobile devices, on supported mobile devices, such kind of testing is called as or known as mobile testing. So hope guys you got the answer for what is mobile testing in this session. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 154. That is, what is database testing? Let me answer. Database testing is a testing that is performed by checking the data that is entered into the application using graphical user interface is matching with the data that is actually stored in the database. So let me explain this statement with an example so that it will be more clear for you. So let's say this is your laptop. Okay, let's say this is your laptop machine. In this laptop, you opened one browser. Okay, in the browser, you have browsed a URL. In the browser, you have browsed a URL, say tutorials ninja.com/demo application. Some application you opened. Okay, let me show you visually. Like this, you opened the application. You went to one of the page, that is a register page. Okay, in the register account page, you gave all the details like Arun Motori. Then email. Okay, you gave some email. Then some telephone number. All the data you are giving. So how you are entering the data into this data into this application here? How you are entering the data into this application? You see the statement says checking the data that is entered into the application using via what? Via graphical user interface. Via the graphical GUI, that is user interface of this application, you are entering the data. This password, this password confirm, everything is a data that you are entering into the application via the user interface or graphical user interface of the application. And the moment you click on the continue button, what will happen? The moment you put uh, the moment you click on the continue button here, what will happen? A request will be sent to the server. A request will be sent to the, let's assume that this is a server somewhere remotely, server machine is there. So here with all the data that you have entered from the user interface or graphical user interface of this application, whatever the data you have entered into the application. So when you click on that continue button, a request has been sent to the server with all the given data, which has been entered via the graphical user interface to the server. server will process this request, server will process the request and will store this particular data, okay, as it is into a database. Okay, server will store this particular data into the database like this. There will be a database here, and into this database, whatever the data the users have entered into the application via the graphical user interface of the application like this, okay, that data will be passed to the database by the server. After processing, as part of processing, the server will store the data into the, this particular data will be stored in the database. Great. Okay. So now what is database testing? Here, what we have to do is, what is the data the user has entered into the application via the GUI, right? So this data you already know. Whatever the data that has been entered, that is Arun, Motori and all this data, whatever the user has entered into the application via the graphical user interface, we know. This particular data, is it matching with the data that is actually stored in the database? Is this data matching? Whatever the data that is entered into the application is exactly same as the data that is actually stored in the database? This kind of testing is called as database testing, guys. But how to find out what is the data, what is the actual data that is stored in the database? Yeah, this is the data that has been entered into the application via the graphical user interface of the application, but we know this one. Okay, but what is exact data or actual data that is actually stored in the database? To know that, we have to run some SQL queries on this database. Okay, we have to run some SQL queries on the database. Select star from, okay, so and so, where username is equal to so and so, like that. If you give a query, you will get this data, and that data that is, which is the result of this SQL query, will be matched with this, will be compared with this data that is entered into the application via the graphical user interface. If both are matching, then database testing is passed for this particular scenario. If the data that is stored in the database is different from the data that is entered into the application via the graphical user interface, if they are different, there is a defect in the software. Okay, we have to report a defect as part of the database testing. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly is database testing. Just to conclude, checking the data that is entered into the application using graphical user interface is matching with the data that is actually stored in the database of the application is called as database testing. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 155, that is explain waterfall model. Let me answer. Waterfall model is one of the SDLC models. Under SDLC models, we have different models like waterfall model, prototyping model, incremental iterative model, spiral model, V model, agile model, RAD model, and Big Bang model. Waterfall model is one of the SDLC models. So what exactly is this waterfall model? In waterfall model, all the project activities will be performed phase by phase, that is phase after phase. Let me show you a diagram of this waterfall model now. As you can see in this diagram, here all the project activities in this waterfall model are performed phase by phase, phase after phase. Here there are several phases as you can see. Requirement analysis phase, then system design phase, implementation phase, testing phase, deployment phase, and maintenance phase. First requirement analysis phase will be done. After this first phase is completed, then only we'll move to the next phase, that is system design phase. In the requirement analysis phase, all the requirements will be gathered and analyzed. Okay. And after all the requirements are gathered and analyzed, then only we'll move to the system design phase where low level designs and high level designs will be designed. So after the system design is completed, then only we'll move to the implementation phase, which is nothing but as a coding phase where the developers will be developing the application code for building the software. Okay, after the entire application code is developed and built, then only we'll move to the testing phase. Here the testing will start in the fourth phase. After the coding phase is completed, then the testing phase will start where the entire application will be tested from start to end, okay, by the software testers. After the testing phase is completed, then we'll move to the next phase, that is deployment phase, where the software will be deployed into the market, okay, into the production or market, where the end users can access the application after deployment. After deployed, after the software has been deployed, then the last phase is maintenance phase, where the software will keep on evolving, right? So a lot of new requirements will come, and the application that has been already released into the market will be updated with a lot of new functionalities over a period of time. And here it is considered as a maintenance phase. Okay, this is not the end of the software. After deploying the software into the market, it's not the end of the software. Software will still continue. If you can see the example of a Flipkart or Amazon, okay, those websites in the year 2013 or 14, if you go back and see and compare them with the current version, whatever that you are seeing right now as per today's date or whatever it is for your time, then you can see a lot of difference because the software will keep on evolving, and those thing is happening in the term of maintenance phase. Okay, the software is getting maintained over a period of years. So these are the several phases of waterfall model, where the project activities in this waterfall model are performed phase by phase. After earlier phase is completed, then only the next phase will start. That's what is a waterfall model. Here, this waterfall model resembles the real world waterfall, where the water flows from, if you pour the water on this first phase, the water will come down slowly, right? From the upside to the downside, the water will flow. Okay, that's why it's named as waterfall model. And it is the oldest SDLC model, guys. Okay, out of all the SDLC models just now I listed down, right? In that, waterfall model is the oldest SDLC model. And so which is used in suitable projects only. Waterfall model is not suitable for all the projects. Okay, in which projects the waterfall model is suitable? In smaller projects. Okay, the waterfall model is which is the oldest SDLC model. Still it is being used in the projects, but for which type of projects? Smaller projects, the projects which generally take not more than 6 months, right? Such kind of projects only waterfall model is used. Why it's suitable for the smaller projects only? Because here the working product can be seen at the end of the phases only. After completing this deployment or maintenance, right? After completing this deployment phase only, the end users or customers or clients can see the software. Okay, till then they cannot see the software. So you see uh, the customers or clients have to wait until all these phases are completed. If you choose this kind of waterfall model for a larger projects which take more than 6 months, you see the customers or clients have to wait till the end. For example, if it is taking 3 years to finish the project, then till 3 years the clients have to wait, right, to see the actual working product of the software. There is a too much time. That's why waterfall model is only suitable for smaller projects, where the client can wait. Okay, the clients can wait up to 6 months. That's okay, not more than 6 months. That's why suitable for smaller projects. And here testing starts only after development phase. One of the drawback of this waterfall model is testing starts after the coding phase is completed, implementation phase is completed. Okay, and not from the beginning. Testing is not starting from the beginning, and because of that there is a problem also. If testing is not starting from the beginning of this project, and if it is starting only after the implementation phase, what if the testing team finds some mistakes in the requirements? Okay, after the software has been developed by the developers in the implementation phase and given to the testing team for testing in the testing phase, if the testers find some defects related to some requirements or design, then what is the problem? It will take a lot of time, and it will increase the cost of fixing the defects. Okay, so if the testing was involved from the beginning of this waterfall model, if the mistakes were identified in the phases itself, the requirements phases itself or design phases itself, the problems would have been rectified there itself. The coding would not have been done with the false requirements or false designs, right? Here coding is also done with the false requirements and false designs, and hence defect fixing also will take more time to fix, because in order to correct these problems in the requirements, okay, the coding has to be changed again, because already coding has been done with the false requirements and false designs. Hence fixing the defects will take more time, and also hence the cost of fixing the defects also will rise here. This is what is the drawback if testing doesn't start from the beginning and starts only after the implementation or any other phase in the projects. So this is what is a waterfall model, guys, at a high level, which is suitable for smaller projects still. Okay, despite of having the drawbacks also, waterfall model is suitable for smaller projects. Okay, there's no problem in using this waterfall model in the smaller projects. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is waterfall model in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 156. That is, what is prototyping model? Let me answer. Prototyping model is one of the SDLC models. Under SDLC models, there are different models like waterfall model, prototyping model, iterative incremental model, spiral model, V model, agile model, RAD model, and Big Bang model. Hence, prototyping model is one of the SDLC models. What exactly is this prototyping model? So, prototyping model is an extension of the waterfall model. Both waterfall model and prototype model will look similar, guys. Okay, the waterfall model and prototyping model look similar except in design phase where prototype is created in the prototyping model. Okay, let me show you an image so that you can understand what is the exact difference between the waterfall model and prototyping model. So you see this particular model looks similar to the waterfall model, right? First requirements phase is there. After requirements phase is completed, then design phase. This section is the design phase in the prototyping model. After design phase is completed, then implementation phase. After implementation phase is completed, then testing phase. After testing phase is completed, then deployment. After deployment is completed, finally the maintenance phase, which is similar to the waterfall model, but except in the design phase, a prototype will be created. As you can see here, in the design phase of this prototyping model, a prototype is designed or developed and is sent to the client or customers for evaluation, and a feedback will be received. Okay, feedback will be received from the client or customers, and according to the feedback received from the client or customers, prototype will be updated. And this iteration will go on until the prototype is finalized. Then only the design phase will be completed, guys. Okay. So once the prototype is finalized, we'll go to the next phase, that is implementation phase. So this is what is a prototyping SDLC model. It's an extension of the waterfall model, which looks similar to the waterfall model, except in design phase where prototype is developed or designed. So here, what is the advantage of prototyping model is instead of giving the final product, okay, in waterfall model, the client or customers have to wait till the end of the phases, right? All the phases of the waterfall model to be completed to see the working product by the client or customers. But in case of prototyping model, in the design phase itself, a dummy prototype. It's not a real software, guys. Prototype means it's not a real software. It is a dummy design, you can say, which doesn't take much time for the developers to develop or design. Okay, which takes a weeks of time for the developers to develop and design. And such kind of prototype will be created first way before the actual software is developed and designed. Okay, so which actually takes a lot of time, right? Actual software to be seen by the clients or customers will take a lot of time. They have to wait till the end of the phases, which will take a lot of time. Hence, in prototyping model, the prototype, which is a dummy replica of the real software, will be created within less time and shared with the customers and clients, evaluated, and feedback will be collected, and based on that, updations will be done here itself. So that you see what is the problem, what is the advantage here uh, by by creating this prototype. What is the advantage here? We get the feedback fast, right? Clients or customers can give the feedback faster. Okay, here feedback can be collected faster, and here we develop the full and final product after the customer feedback, so that the right product is developed. Because of this feedback, early feedback, because of this early feedback, the development team and testing team will work in a proper direction where proper software will be developed. Right product will be developed by the end of the prototyping model. Okay, prototyping SDLC model. Unlike waterfall model, the risk is low here as the customers knows the product, what product is going to be developed in advance. Okay, these are all the advantages, guys. Okay, so everything is correlated here. Simple thing is here prototype, a dummy prototype is created and evaluated, and feedback is collected early so that the team will work in the correct direction because of the early feedback collected, right? So, and also the customer will know because the customer or client has given a proper feedback, so they know that what software is getting developed. Okay, they have the idea what software is there, that is going to be produced by the end of this prototyping model phases. Okay, so this is what is a prototyping model, guys. So hope guys you understood what exactly is prototyping model in this session. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 157. That is, what is iterative incremental model? Let me answer. Iterative incremental model is one of the SDLC models. Under SDLC models, there are different models like waterfall model, prototyping model, iterative incremental model, spiral model, V model, agile model, RAD model, and Big Bang model, where iterative incremental model is one of the SDLC models. But what exactly is this iterative incremental model? In incremental iterative model, the product is designed, developed, and tested incrementally. Let me show you a diagram so that you can understand this statement. Okay, what I mean. Here, the product is designed, developed, and tested incrementally. So as you can see, the diagram for the iterative incremental model, you see the software is not developed at a go. It's developed in a incremental fashion. Okay, iteratively and incrementally it is developed. You see, at the end of the first iteration, some sized software will be available, and in the next iteration, the size of the software will increment to next size. And the third iteration, the size will even grow and keep on going until the software is completely developed. Okay, this is what is incremental iterative model. You see, so here uh, to get started, guys, some set of requirements will be gathered. It doesn't mean that the complete requirements need to be gathered at a first go. Okay, a good number of requirements will be gathered and the work will start. Where in the first iteration, this first line is the first iteration, guys. In the first iteration, in the given time, the product will be designed, implemented, that is coded and tested and delivered here. Okay, a small size of software will be delivered, right? In the first iteration, the size of the software may be this much. After that, the process will not stop, right? The process will continue. The second iteration will start. You see, the builder 2 is nothing but the second iteration, where again next set of requirements will be taken into consideration. Okay, in the first set of iteration, some requirements were designed, implemented, and tested, and we got this sized software. Now the process will continue, where the second iteration will start after the first iteration, where few more set of requirements will be taken into consideration and designed, coded, and tested. Okay, by the end of the second iteration, the size of the software will increment. Okay, the size of the software will increment to the next size. So earlier in the first iteration, at the end of first iteration, the size of the software was inner circle, whereas now at the end of the second iteration, the size of the software got incremented. So iterative and incremental at the same time. Third iteration, again, some other set of requirements will be taken into consideration. They are designed, coded, and tested. So at the end of the third iteration, again the size of the software will increment to the next size. Size of the software will increment to the next size, and this process will keep on going. The iterations will continue, and the software size will get incrementally developed. Okay, incrementally it will increase in size. So here the requirements are not freezed, right? In the beginning, a good number of requirements will be gathered, but they are not complete. During the process, while these iterations are going on parallelly, the requirements can be more requirements can be gathered. Here requirements are not freezed, guys. As you can see here, requirements are not freezed and can be added at any point of time. During this project, at any point of time, requirements can be added. But to get started, a good number of requirements will be gathered and the work will be started in iterations. And after at the end of the every iteration, a incremental sized software will be delivered. Okay. And next iteration, the size of the software will increase. Okay. Iteration by iteration, the size of the software will get incremented. Okay. In size. And here also, guys, testing is not involved from the beginning. Okay. Similar to the waterfall model or prototyping model, here in this iterative incremental model also, the testing is not involved from beginning, but a way better, guys. Okay, compared to waterfall model and prototyping model, where testing will only start after the complete coding is done. In waterfall model also, after complete coding is done, testing will start. In prototyping model also, after complete coding is done, then only testing will start. But here at least a better way, you can say, even though testing is not starting from beginning, but at least in the iteration wise. Okay, iteration means not all requirements, right? Only few set of requirements are designed, few set of requirements are coded, and then immediately testing is starting. So instead of waiting for all the requirements to be developed and testing started, okay, this iterative incremental model is better in case of testing starting, where testing is starting only after few set of requirements are designed and implemented. Okay, so that's what is the difference. Even though testing is not involved from beginning, but better than it's better than when compared to the waterfall and prototyping models, guys. Okay, and workable product can be seen in less time, right? At the end of every iteration, some size of software will be ready. Okay, in the first at the end of the first iteration, this size of software was available. At the end of second iteration, this workable software is available. Okay, and at the end of third iteration, this workable software will be available, and so on. So here, guys, workable product can be seen in less time. The clients or customers don't have to wait for the end of the complete project to see the workable product. Here at the end of every iteration, which generally takes less time, workable product of a certain size can be seen in less time. Okay, So hope guys you understood what is iterative incremental model in this session. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 158. That is, explain spiral model. Let me answer. Spiral model is one of the SDLC models. There are different SDLC models like waterfall model, prototyping model, iterative incremental model, spiral model, V model, agile model, RAD, and Big Bang models. Spiral model is one of the SDLC models. So what exactly is this spiral model? Spiral model is a combination of waterfall model and iterative model. Okay, it's a combination of waterfall and iterative model which looks something like this. Okay, so let me draw this spiral model for you. Let me put these lines. Spiral model looks something like this. Okay, 5 spikes will be there attached like this. So in one section we'll write requirements, gathering, and analysis. Okay, this is one of the phase. You see, it's a combination of waterfall model and iterative model. In one phase, you see requirements gathering and analysis of the waterfall model is there. And then we have the design. Then we have the implementation phase, that is a coding phase. Then we have the testing phase. Then we have the deployment phase. So it's a combination of waterfall model and iterative model. You see, all the phases of the waterfall model are there from requirements gathering, design, implementation, testing, deployment. At the same time, these phases will be run in the iteration format. You see the starting point. This is a starting point. Let me give some colors. This is the first spike. Okay, this is the first spike, guys. It will start here and end here. And in the next spike, it will start with the requirements gathering analysis, then design, implementation, iteration of all the phases of waterfall model will be done. Like it will stop here. Then another phase. Let's say this is the third phase. Third iteration, you can say third iteration of this. Like this, guys, the spiral model keep on going. Okay. So every spiral will contain a complete waterfall life cycle. Okay, waterfall model's life cycle. That is all the phases of the waterfall model will be covered in every spike. Hence, it is a combination of, and spiral model is a combination of waterfall model and iterative model. So here, when spiral model is followed, okay, for developing which kind of software the model is followed. So whenever you have the situation like this, where you see example is Microsoft MS Office. Initially, they will come up with version 95. Okay, in the first spiral. Okay, so in the first spiral, let's say this red color spiral, they have come up with MS Microsoft Office, MS Office 95 version. They came up with, okay, basic features were there in MS Office 95, and they wanted to create a concept whether this will work or not, software will work or not. They created a concept. After that, as part of the next version, as part of releasing the next version, the next spiral has started. Okay, all the phases of the waterfall model will be covered as part of this spiral. You see green color one. They released another version of the software, that is MS Office 97. Okay, here 97 version. Next, in the next spiral, that is a purple one. Okay, they came up with MS Office 2000. So it's 2000 version, MS Office 2000 version, and so on, guys. Every spiral will have another version released. So just to revise, instead of taking all the requirements at once, okay, when do we go for a spiral model? Instead of taking all the requirements at once, the first iteration will be conducted with basic requirements. Okay, basic requirements like MS Office 95 version. Okay, MS Office 95 version was having the basic requirements, and it's concept oriented, right? A concept creation version, you can say. The next version of the product can be achieved in the next spiral, and so on. 97, 2000, XP, 2003, 2007, 2010, 2013, 2016 are coming in next spirals. Okay, each and every spiral is releasing one version of the software. So in this kind of situations, you'll go with the spiral model, where the first iteration you want to generate a concept based all the basic requirements you want to implement, and concept, a kind of concept you want to prove. And after that, every version you want to release a different version of the software, like MS of Microsoft Office people have done. Okay, this kind of spiral model is generally followed by the product based companies for delivering their products in different versions. Okay, not only MS Office, guys. If you go for Microsoft Windows operating system, okay, XP operating system, Then later versions came, right? After XP, we got other versions of the operating system also, like Windows XP, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, 7, Windows 8.8, 8.1, Windows 10, now Windows 11, and so on. Okay, these kind of companies, product-based companies like Microsoft company, can follow the spiral model for delivering their products. Okay, so this is what is the spiral model, guys. Okay, it's a combination of waterfall model and iterative model, and where each and every spike or spiral, which is each and every iteration, will release a version of the software. First iteration or first spiral will create a basic requirement or basic concept creation. Second spiral onwards, next versions of the software, then an advanced versions of the software will be released into the market. Okay, as Microsoft people have done, and it's generally used by the product based companies for releasing this software into the market. Okay, their products into the market. So hope guys you understood what exactly is spiral model. That's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session I'm going to answer software testing interview question 159, that is explain RAD model. Let me answer. RAD model is one of the SDLC models. There are different SDLC models like waterfall model, prototyping, iterative incremental, spiral, V, agile, RAD, and Big Bang. RAD is one of the SDLC models. But what exactly is this RAD model? RAD stands for Rapid Application Development, where application will be developed with rapid speed. In RAD SDLC model, the speed at which the application will be developed will be at the rapid speed, very fast. Okay, how the development will happen so fast? Here the concept is followed, guys. To develop the software faster, the concept is followed where simultaneously working on different modules of the project with more resources to deliver the product to customer in less time. Okay, let me give an example for this. So first, let me give a real world example. Assume that at your area, okay, some construction is going on. Okay, some gated community or some township is getting developed. Okay, so as part of this township or gated community, lot of buildings, okay, having lot of floors have to be developed. Let's say, let's say this is a gated community. In this, 4 blocks need to be developed, and each and every block has like 8 to 10 floors and something like that. Okay, so what if the development happens like this? Okay, what if after one block, the next block will start. After this block, the next block will start. After this block, the final block will start. If this is a process, it will take a lot of time, right? So what we'll do here is simultaneously all the blocks will be developed. Okay, we'll assign more people to this project so that some set of people will be working on this block, some set of people will be working on this block. Simultaneously they are working on 4 blocks, so work is happening on 4 blocks simultaneously, so that it will speed up the process, right? It will speed up the development process, and in less time the project will be done. Okay, so here we are simultaneously working on different modules of the project, as I explained in this real world. Okay, example, right? Another example I can give you guys. Okay, there, let's say there is a flyover to be constructed, and generally it takes minimum 5 years of time to build this flyover. Okay, to construct this flyover, it generally takes 5 years. So uh, what say they have divided this flyover into multiple portions like this, and each and every portion is given to a separate team. Okay, a separate team is working. A good number of people in this team are working on this portion of the flyover. Simultaneously, other team is working on this portion of the flyover. Simultaneously, other team are working on other portions of the flyover. So instead of completing in 5 years, okay, just for completing this part, if it takes 1 year, this also will take 1 year. Okay, 1 year like that. Okay, so within 1 year, instead of 5 years, just in 1 year, the flyover will be developed. Okay, so this is what is the power of the RAD model. Okay, here simultaneously working on different modules of the project. Here different sections of the flyover are like different areas of the functionality of the application. If they are developed separately by different software teams, simultaneously at rapid speed the application will be developed, right? Simultaneously working on different modules of the project with more resources. Here more resources need to be dumped. So for complete project, let's say it requires 30 resources, but here every 30 are assigned to individual sections of the project. Okay, instead of giving 30 members to the entire project, we are giving 30 people to each and every section of the project, so to speed up the work. So with more resources to deliver the product to customer in less time. The main ultimatum why people will go for the RAD model for development is for producing the software is when within less time, okay, if something has to be delivered, okay, within less time, if the software has to be created or developed, in that case the software will be divided into different modules, and each and every module will be assigned with good number of resources, and simultaneously these resources will be working on each and every portion of the module, and finally they will attach all these modules together so that it will become a final software, and the development will happen in very less time. Okay, application will be developed at a rapid speed within less time. So here is a diagram for RAD SDLC model. You see, team 1 is working on one section of the software, team 2 is working on another section simultaneously, and team 3 is working on another section of the software simultaneously. So instead of one team working on all the modules of the software, okay, we are bringing more resources here. Each and every team is working on separate section of the module and separate modules, and at the end they will combine all these modules together. Okay, so this is what is the RAD model, guys. So hope guys you understood what exactly is RAD model and how the development in RAD model happens at a rapid speed. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 160. That is, what is Big Bang model? Let me answer. Big Bang model is one of the SDLC models. There are different SDLC models like Waterfall model, prototyping, iterative incremental model, spiral model, V model, Agile, RAD, and Big Bang model. Big Bang model is one of the SDLC models. But in which projects Big Bang model is followed and what will happen in Big Bang model? Okay, let me explain. So let's say there is a project which is of small size. Okay, so in which situations Big Bang model is applied for the project development? Okay, small projects. In smaller projects, Big Bang model will be followed where there is no planning. In that projects, if there is no planning and there is no process, a particular process followed, no process is followed in that projects, and the requirements are unclear. At same time, the requirements are unclear. Unclear requirements are there. In such kind of situations, a Big Bang model will be applied by the client. Okay, the project will follow a Big Bang model where the client will give more budget. Client will allocate more budget in this Big Bang model followed projects, and more time will be given for the resources, and the resources will be of highly skilled resources. All the resources will be highly skilled, and not only that, all these resources will do a lot of hard work. Okay, more efforts will be put by the team, more efforts. So to overcome the situation of a small project having no planning, no process, and unclear requirements, a Big Bang SDLC model will be applied where the client will allocate more budget, more time, highly skilled employees, hardworking resources who give more efforts to get a to get a clarity, because the requirements are not clear, right? To get a clarity out of this, and to achieve results, and to achieve results, the Big Bang SDLC models will be followed in this kind of situations. So hope guys you understood what exactly is Big Bang SDLC model and when it will be applied, and how it will be applied in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 161. That is, what are latent defects? Let me answer. Latent defects are the defects that are not identified during the testing phase by software testers. Rather, they are identified after the software has been released into the market by real end users. The real end users may find these latent defects in the production environment using a specific scenario and specific data set. So these are latent defects, the defects that are not identified during the testing phase, but they are identified after the software is released into the market in the production environment by end users are known as latent defects. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 162. That is, what are masked defects? Let me answer. Masked defects are the defects that are hidden in the software and are not causing any failures as they are masked by other defects in the software. Only after the other defects are fixed, then these masked defects will get unmasked or identified in the software. So hope guys you understood what are masked defects. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 163. That is, what is defect cascading? Let me answer. A defect causing another defect or other defects in the software is known as defect cascading. You see, you may think that whatever you see is a defect, but there is another defect behind the scenes which is causing these defects, and this is called as defect cascading. The original defect which is causing the other defects in the software generally goes unnoticed, unidentified, and hence result in cascading of these particular defects that you are actually seeing. But there is another defect behind the scenes which is causing all these defects, and this is called as defect cascading, where a defect causing other defect or other set of defects in the software is known as defect cascading. Let me give an example for this defect cascading. Let's say there is a currency conversion software. Let's say there is a currency conversion software which converts from one currency to another currency. But while you are converting the currency from one currency to another currency, you are getting wrong results. Currency is getting wrongly converted. You may think that whatever the whatever you see is a defect. You may think that okay, the currency is wrongly getting converted and this is the defect you may feel. But behind the scenes, there is another defect which went unnoticed or unidentified because of this defect, that original defect. This defect cascading is happening where the currency conversion is wrongly happening. What is that original defect which is happening or causing this defect cascading in this case of this example? There is another defect in the software, guys, where while the software is asking the user to enter the currencies, let's say if the software is asking the user to enter the currencies in dollars, okay? If the user gives $2, the software is intaking $3. Instead of two, it's taking $3. There itself the defect is there. And this intaken currency, that is $3, is getting converted properly into another currency, INR, whatever it is. But here, this is not the original defect, right? But the root cause for the defect is the input is taken wrongly by the software. That is the original defect which is causing the other defects in the software. And this is an example for the defect cascading. So hope guys you got an answer for what is defect cascading. The original defect which is causing the other defect, okay, is behind the scenes and is getting unnoticed. And because of this, a cascading of defects is happening, and this is known as defect cascading. A defect causing another defect or a set of defects in the software is known as defect cascading. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 164. That is, what is AUT? Let me answer. AUT stands for application under test, which is nothing but the application that we are testing as part of our project. Okay, the application that we are testing as part of the project is shortly referred as AUT. So hope guys you got the answer for what is AUT. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 165. That is, what is test bed? Let me answer. Test bed is nothing but a test environment where the applications can be tested. So test environments or test bed are nothing but the combination of hardware and software. Okay. So using the combination of this hardware and software, they become the test environments or test bed. On the top of these test environments, we'll perform testing of an application, right? We test the applications on the test environments, that is on the test bed. So what hardware and what software comprises this test environment? Let me show you. Okay, or comprises this test bed. Let me show you. Hardware, coming to hardware, the test environment comprises of the RAM hardware, processor, display sizes of different screen sizes, device screens, or it can be monitor screens, whatever it is, devices. Everything contribute to the test environment. Okay, comprises the test environment. And software also, like which operating system the test environment has, or on which test environment having which operating system we are performing testing. So which browsers on which we are performing the testing, which databases we are connecting and testing as part of the test environment. So all this hardware and software combination will become a test environment, which is nothing but a test bed on which we test the applications. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is what is test bed in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 166. That is, what is Agile? Let me answer. Agile is one of the SDLC models. There are different SDLC models like Waterfall, Prototyping, Iterative Incremental, Spiral, V, Agile, RAD, and Big Bang, where Agile is one of the SDLC models. Agile is one of the SDLC models. Most of the projects in the market use Agile SDLC model for producing the software. Why most of the projects in the market use Agile as a SDLC model for producing the software? Because Agile means quick. As the name states, Agile quickly adapts to the market needs and changes. If there is any need or any change required in the software, Agile will do it quickly. Okay, according to the market needs and conditions or changes, Agile acts very fast and gets that particular feature incorporated into the software very faster. Okay, that's why most of the projects in the market use Agile as their SDLC model for producing the software. And in Agile, the work happens in an iterative and incremental way. Okay, how the work happens in Agile? The work happens in iterative. In every iteration, okay, some iteration will be there. In that iteration, some work will happen. At the end of this iteration, some portion of the software will be developed, and next iteration will start. Next iteration will start, and after the end of the next iteration, the size of the software will increment. Okay, will become bigger. The first iteration, this much size we got. The second iteration, the work will happen in iterations, guys. Work will not happen in a long stretched thing. It will happen in the form of small iterations, where at the end of each and every iteration, some portion of the software will be produced. So third iteration, again third iteration, so the size of the software will get incremented. Okay, so that's why the work in the Agile happens in iterative. Okay, here lot of iterations are the iteration 1, iteration 2, iterative and incremental. The size of the software gets incremented for every iteration. So, and also Agile, okay, in Agile there are different methodologies and practices. Okay, most of the projects in the market use Agile SDLC model, and these projects may choose any of the methodologies and practices. Okay, combination of methodologies and practices they may choose for producing the software. Some projects may use some Agile methodologies, some projects may use some Agile practices, and so on. Okay, combination of methodologies and practices will be chosen by the projects which are using Agile as their SDLC model for producing the software. What are the different methodologies we have in Agile? Methodologies are nothing but framework, guys. Okay, frameworks. So the projects which are using Agile as their SDLC model may follow any of this methodology. Okay, one project, one methodology only, guys. Okay, if a particular project is following Scrum, it cannot follow other methodologies. Okay, only one of the framework it has to follow as part of the project. So Scrum is a number one in the market. Okay, coming to different frameworks or methodologies that can be chosen by projects in the Agile SDLC model. Scrum is the number one, Kanban is the number two, and remaining are the next levels. Okay, so most of the projects in the market use Scrum as a methodology. Okay, Scrum as a methodology, and also these projects which are choosing any of these methodologies as part of the Agile SDLC model can choose a combination of practices. Okay, not one only, multiple. Okay, TDD, it can be practices like TDD, test driven development, practices like behavior driven development, acceptance test driven development, continuous integration, continuous delivery, pair programming. A combination of practices can be followed in the same project as part of this Agile SDLC model for producing the software. And also the work that is happening in Agile should follow some manifesto. Okay, according to the Agile manifesto, the work should happen in Agile SDLC model followed projects. What is that manifesto? This manifesto of Agile has 4 core values and 12 principles. Okay, there are 4 core values. According to these values, the work should happen in Agile SDLC model followed projects. And principles, according to this principles of Agile, the work should happen. 12 principles are there, guys. I'm not going to explain all these core values and the principles in this session, but I'm just going to give you a hint that the work in Agile projects, Agile SDLC model followed projects should happen in according to the this manifesto of the Agile, that is core values and principles of Agile. So guys, this is all about Agile. Okay, this is all about Agile in simple terms. So hope guys you understood what exactly is Agile. Agile in simple terms, just to conclude again, is one of the SDLC models, and it's the most popular SDLC model that is followed by the projects for producing the software into the market. Okay, so this is what is all about Agile, guys. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 167. That is, what are different agile software development practices? Let me answer. Projects that are following Agile SDLC model are supported by several Agile practices for getting better results. Okay, there are different Agile software development practices which can be used or implemented across several phases of the projects which are following Agile SDLC model for getting better results. What are the different practices that we can use in the Agile SDLC model followed projects for better results? They are nothing but TDD. TDD stands for test driven development. Then we have BDD, behavior driven development. Then we have ATDD, acceptance test driven development. Then we have CI, which is continuous integration, CD, continuous delivery. Then we have backlogs, user stories, cross functional teams, daily stand up meetings, iterative incremental development, pair programming, retrospective meeting, sprint planning, sprint review meeting, time boxing, velocity tracking, burn down chart, Kanban board, user stories, which is already covered, and many other. Okay, these are the different practices. If you get this kind of question in the interviews, you can answer as many as of these different practices items. Okay, this by using this different agile software development practices, either one or multiple in combination in the projects following agile SDLC models, we'll get better results, guys. Okay, we can use a combination of TDD and CI. Okay, and user stories like that. We can use a combination, guys. Okay, in any project we can use a combination of this different agile software development practices. Okay, for getting better results in the agile SDLC model followed projects. So hope guys you got the answer for what are the different agile software development practices in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 168, that is explain Agile manifesto. Let me answer. Like any political party having a manifesto before elections. Similarly, Agile also has a manifesto which comprises of 4 Agile core values and 12 Agile principles. So, Agile manifesto states that all the projects which are following agile methodologies or agile practices should follow these 4 agile core values and 12 agile principles to uncover or to reap the better ways of developing the software. In order to develop the software in a better way, all the projects which are following any of these agile methodologies or agile practices should follow this agile manifesto, which comprises of 4 agile core values and 12 agile principles. What are these 4 agile core values? Here are the 4 agile core values that projects have to follow. That is individuals and interactions over process and tools, working product over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. These are the 4 agile core values that projects have to follow to reap the benefits of, to reap the better ways of developing the software. And also it has 12 agile principles. Okay, there are 12 agile principles. So I'll explain more about this 4 agile core values and 12 agile principles in the upcoming question and answers. Okay, interview question and answers. Just in this session, I'm focusing on what is Agile Manifesto at a high level. Okay, so hope guys you got the answer for what is Agile Manifesto in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 169. That is, explain Agile core values. Let me answer. Agile core values belong to Agile manifesto. Like every political party has a manifesto before elections. Similarly, Agile also has a manifesto, that is Agile manifesto, which comprises of 4 Agile core values and 12 Agile principles. Any projects which follow any of the Agile methodologies or practices should follow this Agile manifesto, which consists of 4 Agile core values and 12 Agile principles. So in this session, let's focus on the core values. There are 4 Agile core values. Okay, there are 4 Agile core values. So in this Agile or in these 4 Agile core values, we have to focus. Okay, as per Agile, the left side items should be given more importance than the right side items. Okay, here when I expand this, four agile core values. You see there is left side item like individuals and interaction. Right side item is process and tools. Here individuals and interactions which is on the left side should be valued more than process and tool which is mentioned on the right side. As per agile, okay, if a particular project is following any agile methodologies or practices, then as part of agile manifesto, that particular project should follow these core values, should give importance to these core values, where the left side items should be given more importance in the projects than the right side items. Okay, this doesn't mean that right side should be ignored. Okay, it's saying that it should be given more value. Okay, right, left side items are more valued than the right side. Okay, should be more valued in the projects than the right side items. So what are these four agile core values then? Coming to the first one, individuals and interactions. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. So that means they are indirectly stating that in agile following projects, the process should be given least importance. Tools also should be given least importance, but individuals and their direct communication, that is direct interaction, should be given more importance. Example, guys, let me give an example. For example, if there is a situation where due to something need to be communicated within the team. Okay, so in one of the agile projects, if something need to be communicated, instead of going for traditional communication by using commenting feature in the tools and all, okay, if we do a face to face communication where individuals and interactions communication will happen in face to face communication, right? Face to face communication to be given more importance than other forms of communication via commenting features in tools. By using commenting features in tools also we can communicate, but agile says that the more importance, more value should be given for direct communication. Face to face communication should be given more importance because it falls into individuals and interactions category. Now, next agile core value is working software over comprehensive documentation. Okay, let me explain about this. Here, left side item is working software, which should be valued more than comprehensive documentation. It doesn't mean that documentation should be less. It means that more importance or more value or more focus should be given for the working software. Ultimately, the customer or client wants a software. The customer client doesn't want beautiful documentations or lengthy documentations. You see, if you go to the traditional projects, right, where agile is not followed, what they do in the projects is rather than focusing on developing or building a better software, they focus on creating very beautiful documentation which are of lengthy size. They want to impress the client with this documentation. Okay, they consume all the time for creating these beautiful documentations. So, but customer, does he want the documentation? No, customer wants a working software over the documentation. Okay, customer will only impress if he gets a software he can release into the market. Okay, faster. So should be in as per the second agile core value. Okay, less importance should be given to the documentation. It doesn't mean that documentation should be eliminated, but less importance should be given to the documentation, as a customer ultimately wants working software to release into the market. Okay, more focus should be on the activities that result in, okay, creating a working software rather than wasting the time by spending a lot of time on creating comprehensive documentation and all. Okay, fine, that is the second agile core value, guys. Third agile core value states that customer collaboration over contract negotiation. If you go to the traditional projects, guys, what happens is initially meetings will happen between the team and the client side. They discuss about the requirements. Once they understood, the team wants the client to freeze the requirements. Okay, the team decide who need to develop and test the software, right? Wants the requirements to be freezed, and they don't want the client to change the requirements later in the later phases of the project. Okay, because you see timelines are very strict, timelines will be there, and the teams complains that, okay, if you keep changing the requirements, we will not be able to deliver the software on time. Such kind of situations happens in the traditional projects, where contract negotiations happen in the beginning of the project, where the requirements or any other things will be getting locked. Okay, they cannot be changed further. If they have to be changed again, yeah, the client or customer has to negotiate with the team. Okay, now I want the changes in the requirements, so what we have to do, such kind of negotiation should happen. So such kind of culture should be going away, switch it to the other kind of culture where customer collaboration should be there, should be given more importance than the contract negotiation. Instead of wasting the time on contract negotiation, we should be open for what customer says at any point of time during the project. Instead of locking the requirements during the beginning of the project by writing and signing contracts, okay, collaborating with the customers on working with them by being open to their needs and expectations is something we have to move forward. Okay, That is possible in agile projects if agile projects follow this one of the core values stated. Okay, so customer collaborations over contract negotiations is one of the core value which makes it possible in agile projects where customers don't have to negotiate. Okay, whatever they want they will assign to us and we'll do them for them. Okay, do the work for them. Okay, by being open to their needs and expectations. And fourth one is responding to change over following a plan rather than sticking to a plan. Okay, rather than sticking to a plan and not deviating the plan when the opportunities or situations demand. Okay, when the surrounding in the project, when the surrounding things demand, or when there some opportunities come, if strictly we are sticking to the plan and we don't want to deviate from the plan, because of that we are not taking any opportunities or something. Okay, so that's a problem, right? If you're sticking to the plan and trying to go only according to the plan, things will lose. We'll lose a lot of things and we'll lose a lot of opportunities. Okay. Instead, we should switch our focus in such a way that we should respond to the change. The market demands something in the market, something new came, and that if we incorporate that kind of thing into our project, the project will succeed. Let's say. In such kind of cases, sticking to a plan and not accepting such kind of things which will give benefits on the long run in the project, that will be a kind of problem, right? So instead of sticking to the plan and not deviating the plan when the situations demand, we should respond to the changes when things make sense and offer better benefits. Okay, okay, we should respond to them rather than sticking to a plan and restricting them. We have to respond to them, incorporate them, and reap the benefits that arise because of responding to the changes in the market. Okay, so the last agile core value says that we have to respond to the change over following a strict plan. Plans doesn't work out. Okay, we have to be adaptive to the market and all. We have to respond to the change in the market, changes in the market, rather than sticking to a plan and following that blindly. So hope guys you understood all the four agile core values in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 170. That is, explain agile principles. Let me answer. Agile principles belong to Agile Manifesto. Like any political party has a manifesto before elections, similarly, Agile also has a manifesto, and Agile Manifesto consists of 4 Agile core values and 12 Agile principles. In this session, I am going to explain all these 12 Agile principles one by one. Let's get started. First principle of Agile. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through the early and continuous delivery of valuable software. This is the first principle of Agile. What does it mean actually? Okay, what does this particular principle of Agile means? Valuable software is given to customers very often. That is every week or two, right? We will, as part of the Agile projects, some portion of the software, some portion of the valuable software is given to the customers and collect their feedback also. Okay, we collect the feedback from the customers also. This happens in Agile. This is done, and also this process of giving the some portion of the valuable software to the customers and collecting their feedback happens in multiple iterations. Okay, till we reach the end. It's a continuous process until we reach the end. We keep on, okay, giving some valuable software to the customers by the end of every week or two and collect their feedback. Okay, this is what is the first principle of Agile. Now coming to the second principle of Agile, welcoming changing requirements. Okay, we are going to welcome the changing requirements even late in the development also. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. What does it mean? You see, requirements like traditional projects, right? Requirements are initially discussed during the beginning of the project and generally they are freezed. And after that, we cannot change the requirements. But unlike in Agile, it is different story. Okay, here requirements in Agile are not freezed. Okay, as Agile followed projects adapt to market changes. The requirements keep popping in. Okay, they are not freezed. Even late in the development, also the requirements can be added to the project and can be worked on by the development team and testing team. Okay, so this is what is the second principle of Agile. Now going to the third principle of Agile: deliver working software frequently, from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, with a preference to the shorter time scale. Here, the work is time bound, guys. Okay, so after every iteration, Okay, in the projects which are following Agile, right, there will be some iterations which are time bound iterations. By the end of the time, this particular time bound iteration, it can be 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 weeks, most probably. Okay, most probably like it will be 2 weeks, guys. Okay, of ideal duration. Ideally, most of the project delivers some portion of the software every 2 weeks. Ideally, 2 weeks is the timeline. Okay, that in the time period, in that short time period of 2 weeks, Agile projects deliver some portion of the working software. Okay, the customers will be given some portion of the software and the feedback will be collected from there. Okay, here simple, the work is time bound, guys. Okay, the work is broken down into smaller parts and is time bound. Okay, that is the third principle. Now coming to the fourth principle of Agile, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. Unlike traditional projects where there will be a formal process to communicate between the to happen, for the communication between the development team and business team to happen, there's a formal process or steps, okay, generally followed in traditional projects, but here is a general norm. Okay, every day they will communicate. It is a casual manner. The business team and development team will communicate every day on a daily basis. That is the fourth principle of Agile. Okay, where the collaboration between the business and development people happens on a daily basis. Okay, there is no formal permissions and requirements and right communication thing to happen. Okay, so then fifth uh, fifth principle of Agile: build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. So what does this fifth principle mean? This fifth principle says that in generally in traditional projects, guys, we appoint a person known as project manager who keeps pushing the team to do the work. But in case of Agile, this is not the case. We are not going to appoint any higher level project manager to push the team. Instead, Agile says that if you hire, okay, instead of pushing the dumb team, okay, instead of hiring a dumb team and pushing them with a project manager, what you can do instead is hire highly motivated individuals itself. Okay, when you are hiring only, you hire highly motivated individuals and give them the space to do the good work. Okay, which matters. So this is what Agile says, that guys, instead of hiring a project manager and pushing the dumb team, you yourself hire a proper team who are self motivated, hire highly motivated team, and ask them to work by giving them some space to work. Okay, then the work will happen in a better way. This is what Agile says. Then sixth principle of Agile: the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is the face-to-face conversation. Okay, if for example the business team or testing team need to communicate with the development team, how they will communicate? They will not communicate face to face, right? Generally in traditional projects the communication will not happen face to face, indirectly over email or over some chat conversation or some kind of not direct conversation, guys, okay, in the form of comments or by sending a document to them over the email. Like that the communication will generally happen, and the development team, right, they get a lot of work and they feel pressured up. Okay, rather by changing that in the form of face-to-face communication, Agile says that instead of writing a big piece of requirement document and giving that to a developer over email or something, do a do a face-to-face communication. Okay, and that is more encouraging, they will say. Okay, having a face-to-face communication and discussing the stuff is more better than creating a very big document and sharing with them and then right communicating that way. Okay, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is the face-to-face conversation. So Agile team enforces face-to-face communication rather than indirect way of communication over emails and all. Okay, then the next principle of Agile. Okay, so that is almost one, two, three, four, five, six, seventh principle, guys. Okay, this is the seventh principle of Agile. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Okay, if you want to measure the progress of the project, okay, is how much documentation you have done doesn't measure the progress of the project, right? Amount of documentation created doesn't measure the progress of the project. What client wants a working software. Instead, only the working software can measure the progress of the project. Okay, the documentation, analysis, all this blah 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 stuff doesn't measure the progress of the project. How to measure the progress of the project? What Agile says: instead, the actual working software, how much software is working, will actually measure the progress of the project. It is saying. Okay. Now, eighth principle of Agile: Agile process promotes sustainable development. Sustainable means together. Okay, different teams working together kind of development. Agile processes promote sustainable development, that is working together kind of development. The sponsors, developers, and users, the different people should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely, that is continuously without any end. Okay, so the collaboration between the different teams should happen at a constant pace without any end. Okay, the cross-functional teams can be business teams, it can be developers, testers, or whatever it is, should work together with a constant pace continuously without any end. That's what Agile says. Okay, so without working, without the teamwork or without working together by, you see, we have to sometimes go out of the box, right? Testing team has to go to the development team and testing team has to work together. Business and development team has to work together. Sometimes testing and business team has to work together. That kind of collaboration should be high, and with a constant pace it should happen. Okay, they have to collaborate continuously without any end. Then continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Okay, so the next one, that is almost, this is what, ninth one, ninth principle of Agile. Okay, ninth Agile principle says that continuous attention to technical excellence and good design. Just casually working is not enough. Okay, so you have to give 100%, more than 100% answer, like good quality work we have to do. Okay, just focusing, just doing some work and leaving for the day is not a good idea. In case of Agile, what Agile says is that whether we are doing the work in a quality way or not, good quality work is the key rather than just working, is what is the summary of this particular. Okay, just small, okay, summary of this particular Agile principle. Now coming to the 10th one. 10th principle says that simplicity, guys. Okay, what simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. So see here, outcomes should aim for simplicity. If you go and see a Google page, guys, okay, you see very, you see it, even though Google software is complex, it can, it can do a millions of searches for you, but how the appearance will look like, it's very simple, right? So our work also should be, our outcome of the work also should aim for simplicity. It should not become complex. Okay, we should aim for good quality in the previous principle and aim for simplicity in the next principle. Okay, now 11th principle of Agile, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams only. That means from our team only, we should be able to get the best architectures, requirements, and designs. We should not borrow the other people from outside for getting this kind of work done. What Agile says is that all the members who are required for creating the best architectures, requirements, and design should be part of our own team. We should not go and ask other teams or borrow the help from other teams. Okay, that's what Agile says. If we can get the help from the same team only, then we are good. That's what Agile says. Now the last principle, that is 12th principle of Agile, says that at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more efficient, then tunes and adjust its behavior accordingly. You see, no one is perfect from the day one, right? So they have to evolve. Okay, like a butterfly coming out of a cocoon. Okay, so initially it starts as a cocoon, but later it becomes a butterfly, right? Same way, guys, the team who is working on these agile projects should check constantly in constant intervals, in frequent intervals. Okay, they have to take some interval in between their work, and they have to constantly or frequently check whether what went well in the project, what didn't went well in the project, what can be improved in the next iteration of the work, and what can be modified or continued in the next iterations of the work. This kind of things we have to question and improvise ourselves during the project. Okay, and evolve over a period of time. That's what is the last principle of Agile states. So these are the complete 12 Agile principles, guys. Hope you understood with my explanations. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood the answer for this question, that is explain Agile principles in this session. All the 12 principles I have answered in a with proper explanations. Okay, these are the principles and these are the explanations I answered. So that's all for this session. The next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 171. That is, what is Scrum? Let me answer. Scrum is one of the methodologies under Agile. The projects which are following Agile SDLC model may choose any of the methodologies. These methodologies are also known as frameworks. Okay, what are these different Agile methodologies or frameworks we have that projects may choose? They are Scrum methodology, Kanban, Lean, Extreme Programming, Crystal, FDD, DSDM methodology. Okay, Scrum is one of the agile methodologies or frameworks. Okay, that agile projects may follow. So Scrum is the number one. Okay, compared to other agile methodologies, most of the projects which are choosing or following agile SDLC model will choose Scrum as the methodology or framework. Okay, so compared to other ones, Scrum is the number one, guys. Okay, it's the popular one, popular and number one. Okay, then followed by Kanban is the next number, and followed by others. Fine. So now let's understand in this session. This session is all about agile Scrum methodology. Let me explain about or make you understand about Scrum. Okay, so let me expand this. You will see a diagram here. So I'm going to explain this diagram for you. It's very simple, guys, though it looks complex here, but it's very simple to understand Scrum. So let's get started with this understanding of Scrum. The work in Scrum, that is agile methodology Scrum, will happen in the form of iterations. Okay, let's say this is the first iteration. The work will happen in the form of iterations. What is an iteration? Iteration in agile Scrum is actually known as sprint. Okay, there is a name for the iteration. This one iteration, let's say this is iteration one. Iteration is nothing but known as sprint. Okay, so there is a word for iteration, that is sprint. So after first iteration is completed, then second iteration will start. After the first iteration is completed, then second iteration 2 will start. It is also known as sprint only, right? Every iteration in agile Scrum methodology projects are known as sprints. So sprint is time bound, guys. Okay, so okay, some duration will be there. Okay, the duration of this iteration of sprint is 1 to 4 weeks. Okay, in agile, 1 to 4 weeks in agile methodology. Okay, following projects, uh, work will happen in the form of iterations. That is iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, iteration 4, iteration 5, and so on. Okay, and each and every iteration here is known as sprint, and sprint will have some duration. The duration of the sprint is 1 to 4 weeks. The duration of the sprint is 1 to 4 weeks. Ideally, guys, most of the projects in the market follow 2 weeks as a sprint duration. Okay, ideally it's a 2 weeks. Most of the projects in the market which are following the agile SDLC model, agile Scrum methodology, in agile SDLC model will have the sprint duration as 2 weeks. Sprint is nothing but an iteration, okay, which is having this duration. So work will happen, okay, whatever the work that has to be completed, that work assigned to the sprint will be completed by the end of the sprint. Again, for the next sprint, next set of work will be assigned, and that work also should be completed by the end of the next sprint or next iteration, and so on. This is how the work happens in agile Scrum methodology. Fine. Here, before any of the work starts, before any of this work starts, guys, in the form of iterations or sprints, first of all, there will be one person known as product owner. Okay, so there will be a person known as what? Product owner. Who is a product owner? The one who knows the business. Who knows the business and who drives the project in the business wise. Okay, who drives the project business wise. So there is a role known as product owner, guys. The product owner is a role in agile Scrum methodology following projects where this person is responsible for business side. Okay, so what the product owner will do? Let me show you this diagram now. What the product owner will do in this agile Scrum methodology. As you can see in this diagram, guys, before any iteration starts, the product owner will get ready with this product backlog, a list of requirements. Okay, the product backlog he will prepare. What the product owner will do? What are the duties of the product owner? Product owner creates what? Product backlog. Lot of terminologies will come now, guys. Okay, so we have to understand. So product owner will prepare or create a product backlog. What does product backlog will contain? What does this particular product backlog that is created by product owner will contain? Since the product owner knows the business well, okay, since the product owner knows the business well, product owner is the right person to create the user stories, that is requirements. The product owner is the right person to create the requirements, that is actually called as user stories in the agile Scrum methodology. Okay, so in this product backlog, it's like a bucket, guys. Product backlog is like a bucket. In the product backlog, let's say product backlog will look like bucket. In this bucket, what will be put? All the requirements, requirement 1, requirement 2, requirement 3, that all the requirements of the software that need to be developed and tested, okay, by the team who are working on this sprints. okay, will be put into the product backlog. So here each and every requirement is called as, there is a terminology for this, each and every requirement is known as user story. What is user story? User story is a small chunk of requirement. Instead of giving a complete BRS document, here requirements will be broken down by the product owner who knows the business well into smaller pieces or chunks known as small chunk of requirements. Okay, known as the name of this requirement, small chunks of requirements are known as user stories. Like that, multiple user stories will be maintained by product owner in this product backlog. And each and every, okay, this each and every requirement here, smaller chunk of requirement is nothing but a user story. This is a product backlog where the product owner will put all this. This actually looks like a document, guys, in real time. This product backlog looks like a document where the list of stories will be mentioned. If in case of tools like Jira, right, this is a tool. Okay, you know the tool, right? Like each and every item can be added to the tool. Okay, like that. Fine. Once the product owner prepares this product backlog containing the list of user stories, which are small chunks of requirements, then what is the next step the product owner will do? What is the next activity of the product owner? Product owner will conduct a meeting known as sprint planning meeting. Okay. First meeting will be conducted. Okay. Sprint planning meeting. Product owner, the next activity of the product owner after preparing the product backlog is product owner will conduct a meeting known as sprint planning meeting. Who will attend this meeting? First of all, the one who is creating the meeting, that is the product owner, right? Product owner is the one who is arranging the meeting. Along with the product owner, who will attend this meeting? Agile team. Agile team means all the developers and testers in the team. Okay. We can also call that as in Agile, we generally call the Agile team as development team. Okay. Development team means not only developers, but also testers also will be there. Okay. Generally, we call that as development team or Agile team. Anything which is a combination of developers and testers will be there in this team. So product owner will conduct a meeting with the Agile team, and in this meeting, the product owner will put all the stories. Okay, on the plate, the product owner will put the list of stories that need to be completed in one of the sprint. Whatever the sprint that the product owner has to start next, in that particular sprint, in that duration, that is 2 weeks of duration, whatever the stories the Agile team has to complete, all those stories will be put on the table by the product owner in front of the Agile team, and they will have a discussion whether the stories can be completed or not in the sprint. Okay. If the Agile team accepts the stories that were put on the table by the product owner, then what is the next activity the product owner will do? Product owner will, uh, you see, whatever the list of stories that are selected, right, for a particular sprint and put in, discussed in the meeting, right, and accepted by the Agile team, right, that stories will be assigned by the product owner to the a backlog known as, this is a product backlog, sprint backlog. There will be one more backlog known as sprint backlog. Okay. So whatever the stories that can be assigned to the sprint will be assigned to the stories, user stories, user stories accepted by Agile team in the sprint planning meeting. Okay. User stories accepted by Agile team in the sprint planning meeting. I'll show you this in the diagram, guys. What is sprint backlog? I'll show you. As you can see in this diagram, guys, you see here the product owner will conduct a meeting known as sprint planning meeting. To this meeting, who will attend? The development team, that is Agile team, all the people who are going to work, that is developers and testers who are going to work on the sprint, one of the sprint, right? That's one of the iteration, right? They will attend the meeting with the product owner. Once the development team, that is Agile team, accepts the stories that were put by the list of stories that can be completed in the sprint suggested by product owner and accepted by development team, right? That user stories will be moved from the product backlog. Product backlog contains a lot of user stories. Out of that, whatever the user stories that are accepted by the development team to be completed in one of the sprint, right, that stories will be moved to the sprint backlog. As you can see in this diagram, here is a sprint backlog. Okay. From the product backlog, product owner will move the stories accepted by development team in the sprint planning meeting to the sprint backlog. Once the stories got assigned to the sprint backlog, what the product owner will do? The next thing is the product owner will start the sprint. Okay. Once the stories got moved from product backlog to the sprint backlog, then product owner will start the sprint. Start the sprint. That is the next activity. First activity is create product backlog. Next activity is to conduct sprint planning meeting with the Agile team. After the stories have been accepted to be by the agile team, that stories will be assigned to the sprint backlog. That is the third activity. Fourth activity is to start the sprint. So who has to work on the sprint? The agile team has to work on the sprint with the list of accepted stories by them, which are in the sprint backlog. Okay, from the sprint backlog, all the stories will be picked by the agile team here. And by the end of the sprint, that is by the end of the 2 weeks, all the stories need to be completed. Okay, by the end of the sprint, all the stories need to be completed. In 2 weeks, whatever the work that is assigned in the form of stories by the product owner to the agile team as part of the sprint, by the end of the sprint, all the work need to be completed by the agile team, that is developers and testers. Okay, so far clear na? So, and also there is one more thing, guys. Okay, while the sprint is going on, okay, while this iteration, for example, I'll zoom in this iteration. Let's say this is one of the iteration. Let's say this is iteration one, and this side we have the sprint backlog, where the accepted stories by the agile team are available. Sprint backlog, where the stories which are accepted by the accepted stories by agile team are available. Okay, and this is starting of the sprint, this is ending of the sprint, this is the sprint, guys. Let's say this is the first sprint, so I'll say iteration one. The duration of this sprint is like, let's say 2 weeks. Assume that 1 to 4 weeks can be there, but let's take an example like 2 weeks. You see 2 weeks means how many working days? 10 working days, right? So 1 working day, 2 working day, 3rd working day, 4th working day, 5th working day, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and finally 10. Total 10 working days. 1, 2, 3. By the end of these 10 working days, the work has to be completed. All the stories that are assigned to the sprint backlog need to be completed. The work should be finished. All these requirements need to be developed and tested by the end of the sprint. That's what is the funda. Okay. So 10 working days. If 2 weeks is a sprint duration, then 10 working days. So every day to cross check where the team is standing, a meeting will be conducted. The name of the meeting is daily stand up meeting, also known as daily scrum meeting. You can call it anything, guys, either daily stand up meeting or daily scrum meeting. Who will conduct this meeting? Every day, guys. It's not just in the first day. Second day also this meeting will be conducted. Third day also this meeting. Every day this meeting will be conducted to check the progress of the team. Okay, whether they will be able to complete these assigned stories by the end of the sprint. Someone has to cross check. For that, for cross checking every day at one point of time, that is for around 15 minutes max. Okay, not more than 15 minutes, guys. In that meeting, all this agile team will be standing, guys. Okay, they will not be sitting. All the agile team will be standing in this meeting, and in that meeting, right, in the daily stand-up meeting or daily scrum meeting, as you can see in this diagram, the second meeting here in orange color is nothing but daily scrum meeting or daily stand-up meeting. So in this daily stand-up meeting, all the agile team, that is development team, will be standing. That is testers and developers will be standing. But who will be conducting this meeting? Who will be conducting this daily stand-up meeting every day at same time at 50 for 15 minutes? Who will conduct this meeting? There is another role known as Scrum Master. Okay, there is another role known as Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is the one who is going to conduct the meeting. Okay, the Scrum Master is the one who is going to conduct the meeting. Okay, let me scroll down like this. Okay, there is a one known as Scrum Master who will be conducting this meeting every day with the Agile team and discuss on what is the current status of the project. Okay, what is the current status of your work? Every person in the Scrum daily stand-up meeting will be standing and will be giving their right current status, like what work they are doing. Are they behind or are they forward, or how much work is pending, how much work has been completed? All this kind of stuff will be discussed in the meeting by the Scrum Master with the Agile team. Okay, as part of the daily stand-up meeting or Scrum meeting. So here you see there is a Scrum Master here. The Scrum Master will be conducting this daily stand-up meeting with the development team and discussing on what has been completed, what has not been completed, what is the current status, are there any blockers, how much is pending, how much work is completed, are we on track or not, whether we can complete all the stories by the end of the sprint or not. Such kind of things will be discussed in the daily stand-up meeting every day. Okay, so that is daily stand-up meeting. Now every day the agile team, that is development and testing team, will complete the work. As the days pass on, the final day will come where 10th day will happen. Okay, so before this final day is completed, the last day is completed, there will be one more meeting conducted known as sprint review meeting. Sprint review meeting. Who will be conducting this meeting? product owner will be conducting this meeting. Okay. So what will happen in the sprint review meeting? The third meeting, you see, is a sprint review meeting. So in sprint review meeting, what will happen is the agile team, okay, by the end of this sprint, right, agile team will complete all the stories, right? The development and testing of these user stories that are assigned to sprint backlog will be completed by the end of the sprint. So agile team, what they will do is they will demo the user stories. Okay, whatever the work the agile team has completed by the end of the sprint, right, that work will be demonstrated, okay, by the to the product owner. Because why the agile team is demonstrating their work to the product owner here? Because product owner is the one who knows the business well. Product owner is the one who knows the business well. So product owner is the right person to cross check whether the agile team has done the work in a proper way or not. Okay, as per the given requirements and all specified in the user stories by the product owner, the same way the agile team has done the work or not. Product owner will verify. If the work has been done as expected, then product owner will accept the work. Accept the work. If the work is accepted, then only the stories will be completed, guys. Otherwise, stories will not be moved to the done state. In order for the stories need to be completed, they need to be accepted by the product owner. Product owner will only accept when the demo by the agile team is satisfied by the product owner. Then only product owner, once satisfied, only will accept the he or she will accept the user stories as completed. Okay, that is what is the process of accepting that user stories work done by the agile team or development team is known as sprint review meeting. The meeting in which it will happen is a sprint review meeting, and once accepted, the sprint will end. Okay, sprint ends here. One of the sprint will end. Whatever the amount of work that is assigned to this 2 weeks of duration is completed once the work is accepted by the product owner as part of the sprint review meeting. Okay, but is the story ended? No, the next sprint will start, right? After this sprint is over, this is iteration 1, the next sprint will start. Next iteration 2 will start, sprint 2 will start, iteration 2, another 2 weeks. Again the same process will repeat. The same process will repeat where product owner will pick some of the user stories from the product backlog and conduct a sprint planning meeting with the development team again for the next sprint. Okay, where whatever the stories that are again accepted by the development team for sprint 2, that is iteration 2, will be assigned to the sprint backlog of the iteration 2 or sprint 2. And again, the next 10 working days, the team will be working on the stories. And every day, daily stand-up meeting will happen. Daily scrum meeting will happen. Scrum master is the one who will take care of the meeting. And at the end of the sprint, again, those stories which are completed will be demonstrated to the product owner in the sprint review meeting. And the product owner need to accept. If accepted, the sprint will end. Okay. So this what will repeat, guys. Iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, the work will go on. Okay. It's a continuous process. But guys, in between the sprints, you see, between the sprint 1 and sprint 2, sprint 2 and sprint 3, sprint 3 and sprint 4, here there will be one more meeting conducted in between. Okay. Before the iteration 2 starts, sprint 2 starts. Okay. There will be one more meeting conducted, guys. What is this meeting? This meeting is known as sprint retrospective meeting. Sprint retrospective meeting. What is this meeting all about? You see, already sprint is completed. The product owner has accepted the user stories, whatever the work that is done by the agile team. Sprint ended. Next sprint has to start. But what is the use of this meeting in between the sprint 1 and sprint 2, or sprint 2 and sprint 3? Why this meeting is required? In this meeting, guys, the agile team, along with the scrum master and all other members, okay, what they will do in this meeting is they will discuss about what went, okay, what went well in the sprint. In the whatever sprint that is completed, what went well in that particular sprint, what didn't went well. They'll also discuss what didn't went well in that. Okay, so based on what went well and what didn't went well, improvements to be made for next sprints will be discussed. Okay, the mistakes that should not be repeated and the improvements that has to be next done for the next sprint, so that in the next sprint the work should become more better than the current sprint. All these things will be discussed in the sprint retrospective meeting. What went well, what didn't went well, what are the improvements to be made, what mistakes should not be repeated for in the next sprint. All those things will be discussed in the sprint retrospective meeting, which is another meeting, a sprint retrospective meeting. So this is what is a agile scrum all about. Okay, agile scrum methodology. So this how the work will happen in agile scrum methodology, guys, in the form of iterations. Okay, different roles will be product owner, scrum master, and agile team, that is development team. And different meetings that will be conducted are sprint planning meeting, daily stand-up meeting, that is daily scrum meeting also, sprint review meeting and sprint retrospective meeting. So this is what is all about, okay? The agile scrum methodology. So hope guys you got the answer for what is scrum in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 172. That is, who is product owner? Let me answer. Product owner is a role in the projects which are following Agile Scrum methodology. Before you understand who is the product owner, we need to first understand about this Agile Scrum methodology at a high level. So let me explain. So in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will be performed in the form of sprints. Okay, sprints are nothing but iterations. Iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, and so on. Okay, these are nothing but sprints. Sprint, another sprint. After this sprint is completed, next sprint will start. This is how the work will be done in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Okay, here each and every sprint is nothing but an iteration. Iteration 1, after that iteration 2, then iteration 3. In the form of iterations, the work will be done in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects, where sprint will have a duration of 1 to 4 weeks. Okay, 1 to 4 weeks of duration. In that time span, the work need to be completed by the end of the sprint. But before all these iterations or sprint starts, the work will start with the product owner. Okay, product owner will start the work in this Agile Scrum methodology following projects. The product owner is one of the role in this Agile Scrum methodology following projects, where the product owner will create something known as user stories. Okay, product owner creates what? Creates user stories. What are these user stories? User stories are nothing but small chunks of requirements. Instead of giving the entire BRS document containing all the requirements of the application, what the product owner will do is product owner will create a small chunks of requirements known as user stories. Okay, small pieces of requirements you can say. All these user stories, the product owner will put into a bucket known as product backlog. Okay, all the user stories that are created by the product owner will be put into a bucket known as this kind. Let's say this is a bucket, and this is a bucket known as product backlog. Product backlog. Who will create this product backlog? The product owner will create the product owner will create the product backlog. In the product backlog, the product owner created user stories will be placed. Okay, and product owner will prioritize these user stories in the product backlog. In the product backlog, after adding the user stories into the product backlog, after adding the user stories, the product owner will prioritize prioritize the stories in the product backlog. Okay, in the product backlog, after adding the user stories, product owner adding the user stories to the product backlog, the product owner will prioritize the stories, because all stories cannot be done at a time, right? So we can product owner will give some priorities. Okay, so compared to other stories, different stories will get different priorities. Okay, fine. Then what next is product owner will conduct a meeting. Okay, after creating the user stories and after placing these user stories into the product backlog, after prioritizing the user stories in the product backlog, product owner will then conduct a meeting known as sprint planning meeting. Product owner will conduct a meeting known as sprint planning meeting, and this meeting will be conducted with the agile team. Okay, the agile team will consist of all the team members, the team that is development and testing team, who are going to work on the these user stories, who are going to work on these requirements as part of these iterations or sprints later. Okay, so before these stories are assigned to a particular sprint or iteration to get started with the work, okay, before that happens, a sprint planning meeting will be conducted with the agile team by the product owner. Product owner will conduct this sprint planning meeting with the agile team, where they will have a discussion. Product owner and the agile team will have a discussion on what stories can be completed by the end of this sprint. Okay, by the end of the next sprint, what stories can be completed, that kind of discussion will happen. At the end guys, at the end of this particular meeting, okay, all the stories will be provided with some, okay, finalized all the stories which are okay discussed as part of this sprint planning meeting, right? For them, story points will be assigned. Okay, estimations, how much time it will take. Okay, based on that estimation, some story points will be assigned by the product owner and the agile team, confirmed by the agile team, and agile team will accept. Okay, agile team will accept some user stories. So product owner will put some stories saying that okay, this many story points are there for this user stories, and these are the priorities for this user stories. Can we complete this many number of user stories having this many number of story points by the end of this sprint or not? Like that, product owner will put the stories on the table. Then agile team has to do some R&D about like yeah, whether the story points are correct or not, whether they can really complete these user stories in time or not, in the particular sprint or not. They will decide, they will discuss, and at the end of the sprint agile team will accept the list of user stories that they can complete by the end of the sprint. Now what the product owner will do after the agile team accepts a list of user stories, these accepted user stories will be moved from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. For every sprint there will be a sprint backlog, separate sprint backlog. Okay, from the this particular product backlog bucket, the list of stories that are accepted by the agile team to be completed by the end of the sprint will be moved from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. Okay, a bucket which is there for the individual sprint. Okay, so this is what the product owner will do. Okay, product owner will move the stories, accepted stories by the agile team from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. Then what else the product owner will do after moving the stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog? The product owner will start the sprint. Will start the sprint. Okay, so once the product owner flags the sprint to start, green flags the sprint to start, then the agile team will start working on the sprint. Okay, agile team will start working on the sprint. Then agile team has started working on the sprint, and you see, let's assume that this is 2 weeks sprint. Okay, 2 weeks means 10 working days. So let's say 10 working days. 10 working days are there. Assume that these are the 10 working days. So by the end of the 10 working days, okay, when the sprint reaches its end, the agile team may complete the user stories, right? The small chunks of requirements, the development and testing of these requirements or user stories will be done. And who will accept these user stories? When can we end the sprint? Here is a twist. So even though the work is done by the agile team, that is developers and testers in the team, that all the requirements are developed and tested, but that will not end the sprint. Before the sprint ends, these user stories which are completed, stated as completed by the agile team, need to be reviewed by need to be reviewed by the product owner again. Okay, as part of which meeting? These user stories which are stated as completed by the agile team need to be reviewed by the product owner as part of which meeting? That is called as sprint review meeting. As part of the sprint review meeting, okay, the product owner will review the stories that are stated as completed by the agile team. Once the product owner accepts these user stories, okay, once the product owner accepts user stories, then only the sprint will be completed. Otherwise, sprint won't be completed. Okay. So this is what is the process. Now let's, after all this explanation, let's understand who is a product owner again. Okay. Product owner is one of the roles in the projects which are following the Agile Scrum methodology, and product owner is the one who knows the business of the application very well. Why the product owner is creating the user stories, why the product owner is adding these user stories to the product backlog, and having a discussion with the team, and then moving this user stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog, then reviewing these user stories at the end of the sprint and all, because the product owner knows the business very well. Okay, business of the application very well. Who knows? Product owner. That's why he is a point of contact for all the business needs of the application. Product owner is the one who interacts with the customers and represent their needs as form in the form of requirements in the project. Okay, so how the product owner knows the business well? Because product owner generally interacts with the customers of the real users of the application tomorrow. Okay, such kind of people the product owner will interact, so that the product owner knows the business very well. That's the reason, and represent their needs of the application in the project in the form of user stories or requirements. Okay, so then product owner, as I already explained here, product owner is the one who creates what? Product backlog. Product owner is the one who writes the user stories and places these user stories into the product backlog, and then product owner is the one who prioritizes the user stories in the product backlog. Product owner is the one who conducts sprint planning with meeting with the agile team, where agile team need to accept the number of stories they can complete by the end of the sprint. Then product owner is the one who moves the agile team accepted stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog so that agile team can get started working when the sprint starts. Product owner is the one who starts the sprint so that the agile team can start working on the sprint, working on the stories which are assigned to the sprint. Product owner is the one who finally reviews the stories completed by stated as completed by agile team as part of sprint review meeting. Once the product owner accept these user stories which are demoed by this agile team to him, okay, then only the sprint will complete or end. So this is what is the product owner, guys. So hope guys you got the answer for who is product owner in this session. So that's all for this session. The next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 173. That is, what is product backlog? Let me answer. Before explaining what exactly is product backlog, let me first explain something about Agile Scrum methodology so that you can understand the product backlog in a better way. So what is this Agile Scrum methodology? Okay, if a particular project is following the Agile Scrum methodology for doing the work, then the work in that particular Agile Scrum methodology following projects will be done in the form of iterations. That is iteration 1. Then after iteration 1 is completed, then iteration 2 will start. After iteration 2 is completed, then iteration 3 will start. Here each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Here each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Okay, iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3. This sprint will have a duration of 1 to 4 weeks. The sprint will have a duration of 1 to 4 weeks. In that time span of 1 to 4 weeks, the work assigned to the sprint will be need to be completed. Okay, then after the sprint 1 is completed, then sprint 2 will start. Again, the work assigned to the sprint 2 need to be completed by the end of the sprint. Then once the sprint 2 ends, then sprint 3 will start and the process goes on. But before any of this work is assigned to the sprints, first of all, there will be a role known as product owner. Okay, there is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects known as product owner. Okay, who will create the user stories. Okay, this product owner is the one who knows the business very well. This is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, who knows the business of the application business very well. Okay, so with that business knowledge, the product owner will create a list of stories. Will create a list of user stories. What are these user stories? These user stories are nothing but small chunks of requirements. Okay, small chunks of requirements for building the application, for building the required application. So the product owner is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, who knows the business very well. With that business knowledge, this product owner will create a list of user stories, which are nothing but user stories are nothing but small chunks of requirements for building the required application. All these user stories will be documented in a bucket known as product backlog. This is what is product backlog is. Before assigning the user stories to the respective sprints where the agile team will start working on the user stories, okay, to complete their work. Before that, all this list of user stories will be put into the bucket known as product backlog. Okay, it's like a document, guys. Okay, in real world, this product backlog is nothing but a document containing a list of user stories specified. Okay, okay, if you're using a Jira tool, right, right, tool, how the tool will be there. The tool, when you go to a particular product backlog page section in that particular tool, you will see all the list of user stories that are created by product owner in that product backlog section of the page. Okay, so it can be either a document or a page where all the list of user stories. Okay, it can product backlog contains a list of user stories which are small chunks of requirement. User stories means small chunks of requirements created by whom? Created by product owner. Okay, the product backlog will contain the list of user stories that are created by product owner before they assign to the sprint. Okay, so from this product backlog only later the user stories will be assigned to the sprint based on the priorities and all. The user stories will be assigned to the sprint and the agile team will start working on the sprints. Okay, so this is what is a product backlog, guys. Let me now explain a detailed about product backlog. So as you already understood what is product backlog from this explanation here, right? So with that understanding, let's understand these statements. Product owner, who creates the product backlog? The product owner is the one who will create the product backlog in Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Okay, the product backlog contains what then? whatever the user stories that are created by the product owner, that will be placed in a product backlog kind of bucket, which is a document, either a document or a web page containing the list of user stories. Okay, that can be assigned to the sprints later. Okay, product backlog contains an ordered list of user stories, that is small chunks of requirements, which are nothing but. So hope guys you understood what is product backlog in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 174. That is, what are user stories? Let me answer. User stories are small chunks of requirements. That is, small pieces of requirements. And these user stories are created by product owner. Product owner is the one who creates the user stories. Let me give some examples of user stories now. So here are the list of examples for the user stories. As you can see, there are a lot of user stories here. User story 1, user story 2, user story 3, 4 and so on. Coming to the first user story, which is having an ID. Okay. User story ID is there US001. So let's see what is the description of this user story. As a first time visitor to the e-commerce website. Okay. As a first time visitor to the e-commerce website, let's assume a e-commerce website like Flipkart or Amazon. Okay, as a first time visitor to that particular e-commerce website, I want to register my account. I want to create an account with that application. So that, why you want to create an account? So that I can log into the application. Generally, the user story description will be written in this format. As a something, I want to do something so that something will happen. Okay, you see any user story guys, it will be in the same format. As a something, I want to do something so that something happen. Okay, as a something, I want to do something so that something should happen. As a something, I want to do something so that something should happen, like that. Okay, so let's read some examples of these user stories. First user story: as a first time visitor to the e-commerce website, I want to register my account. I want to create an account so that, why you want to create an account generally? So that you can log into the application, right? Similarly, second user story, let's understand. This user story is a small chunks of requirements, smaller pieces of requirements. Here, a small requirement is represented in the form of user story here. As a registered user, okay, already you have created an account, that is registered user. I want to log into the website. Okay, I want to do some action, that is I want to log into the website. Why you want to log into the website? So that I can see my account details. Okay, so that I can see my account details is the reason. Then third user story, as a, that is third smaller requirement. As a registered user, I want to log out from the website. Why you want to log out from the website? So that no one else can access my account. Okay. Similarly, the last example of the user story in this sheet. As a user, I want to be able to search items. Why you want to be able to search items? So that I can add them to the cart and do payments. So that you can purchase items, right? So like that, we can write the user stories. Here, each and every user story is a smaller chunks of requirement. Okay, small chunk of requirement, small piece of requirement, you can say. And generally, the product owner will create these user stories in real time. Okay, if you go to any Agile Scrum methodology following projects, right? In that, the product owner is a role who will create this. Okay, who will create this user story. And for each and every user story, along with the description, along with the title of the user story, the product owner will also specify the acceptance criteria. So a detailed description of this, okay, what exactly is the requirement, okay, describing this particular 3 lines of requirement in a detailed manner is acceptance criteria, guys. As you can see, for this particular user story, as a first time visitor to the e-commerce website, I want to register my account so that I can log into the application, can be represented like this. Ensure the first time visitor is able to navigate to the register account page. Ensure the first time visitor is able to, I'll show you practically. Let me give you a proper, okay. So I think S is missing here. 1 minute. Flash demo. Yeah, let's try this. Should come. Yeah. As ensure the first time visitor is able to navigate to the register account page. Okay. After going to this website, the user is able to navigate to register account page like this. Okay. Next requirement. Next description. Fill his first name. Fill his first name, last name, email, telephone, password, password confirm. All these details are mentioned. You see. Fill first name, last name, email, telephone, password, password confirm. Newsletter, yes or no. Newsletter, yes or no. Create account by providing the about it privacy policy checkbox and register button. Yes, privacy policy and register button. And create account by providing the above details. Login automatically on creating the account. Okay, like this acceptance criteria is also provided for this story. For each and every story, the product owner will mention the acceptance criteria also. So hope guys you understood what exactly are user stories now. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 175. That is, what are epics? Let me answer. In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, epics are nothing but the larger requirements which can be broken down further into smaller requirements known as user stories. The product owner is the one who generally creates these larger requirements known as epics. Later, the product owner will break down these epics into smaller requirements known as user stories. Let me give you an example of epic, okay, how the epic looks. So here is a sheet where we have the epic and how the epic is broken down further into the smaller requirements known as user stories. Epic is a larger requirement. The product owner is the one who generally creates these epics and user stories. First, the product owner will create a larger requirement known as epic. So let's say, for example, this is an epic, okay, TN epic 001. The ID is also there for the epic. Let me read the epic for you. For a new e-commerce website to launch, the highest business value will be when a new user is able to register, login, search, and purchase an item from the website. The major features of the application, e-commerce application, are mentioned as part of this larger requirement known as epic, where the user should be able to register, log in, search for a product, and also purchase an item from the website. Okay, this larger requirement or larger thing that is known as epic kind of requirement can be broken down further into smaller requirements known as user stories like this. Okay, on the right side we have the user stories which have been broken down from the larger requirement known as epic. These user stories are the smaller chunks of requirements, smaller pieces of requirements which are broken down from the higher requirement known as epics. Coming to the first user story, it talks only about the registration. Here, registration, login, search, purchase an item from the website is there. Here, first user story or first smaller requirement is talking about registering an account. The second one is talking about logging into the application. Third one is log out from the website. Fourth one is able to search for the items and so on. We can create more number of user stories for this particular larger requirement known as epic. So hope guys you understood what exactly are epics and who will create the epics and how the epics generally look like and how they can be broken down into smaller requirements known as user stories in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 176. That is, what is sprint? Let me answer. In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will be done in the iteration of short time boxed durations known as sprints. Okay, it's an iteration of short time boxed period or durations known as sprints. You see, this one first iteration, then second iteration, third iteration. The work will continue like this, multiple iterations in Agile Scrum methodology following projects. So let's say this is the first iteration. Let's say this is the first iteration, iteration one, I will say. This is the second iteration in which the work will continue. Okay. Then the work will be done in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects in the form of iterations. Okay. Iteration 3, iteration 4, and so on, guys, and so on. The work will continue like that. Okay. So here, this time boxed period or duration of each and every iteration where the work is being done is known as sprint. The short time boxed duration. Okay, here this iteration is nothing but a short time boxed duration or period, you can say. Okay, it will be generally 1 to 4 weeks, guys. Okay, this duration of this particular sprint will be 1 to 4 weeks. Ideally, most of the projects follow 2 weeks. 2 weeks means 10 working days. Okay, so here second iteration, again this is also a sprint. Okay, second sprint. This is again a sprint, short time boxed duration, you can say. Sprint. Each and every sprint duration will be 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, ideally. Fine. The work that is assigned to this particular sprint need to be completed by the agile team by the end of the sprint. By the end of the sprint, that is, if it is 2 weeks duration, the work that is assigned to the sprint at the beginning of the sprint should be completed within 10 days. Okay. The work assigned to the second sprint, that is second iteration sprint, also should be completed in the given time only. Okay. That is 10 working days if it is 2 weeks duration. The sprint duration is 2 weeks. Okay. So Let's revise again. What is sprint? In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, sprint is a short time boxed period. Okay, like this, short time boxed period like this, which can be ranging from 1 week to 4 weeks. Ideally, most of the projects follow 2 weeks in the industry. Okay, the duration will be 1 to 4 weeks. For the sprint duration will be 1 to 4 weeks. Scrum team needs to complete the work assigned to the sprint in this short period of time. By the end of the sprint, the work should be completed by the Agile team or Scrum team. Okay. So hope guys you understood what exactly is sprint in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 177. That is, what is bug triage meeting? Let me answer. Bug triage meeting is a meeting that is conducted to identify identify the list of bugs that needs to be fixed. Okay, to identify the list of bugs that needs to be fixed before release based on their urgency due to time and resource limits. Okay, so what is a bug triage meeting? A meeting conducted to identify the list of bugs that needs to be fixed. Okay, this list of bugs need to be released before release based on their urgency due to time and resource limits. This is what is called as a bug triage meeting. So hope guys you understood what is bug triage meeting in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 178. That is, what is the duration of sprint? Let me answer. First of all, we need to understand what is sprint. What is sprint? In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, sprint is nothing but an iteration. Okay, the work will happen in the form of iterations in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects. That is, work will happen in the iterations. That is, some set of work will be assigned to the first iteration. After that set of work is completed, the next iteration will start where other set of work will be assigned. Like this, the project will be completed in the form of iterations in Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Iterations will continue. Here, each and every iteration is known as sprint, guys. Okay. Here, each and every iteration I'm talking about is known as sprint. It has a time bound. Okay. They are time bound. These iterations, that is sprints. Okay, this each and every sprint or iteration are time bound. What is a time bound means? There is some specific time allocated, okay, to complete this work. The work that is assigned to this particular iteration or sprint need to be completed by the end of the sprint. That is in which time, how much time? That is time bound. Okay, that's what I am talking about. So what is the duration of this sprint then? The duration of the sprint can be, depending on project to project, the duration of sprint can be 1 to 4 weeks. Okay, it can be 1 to 4 weeks. But most of the projects ideally will follow 2 weeks, guys. Okay, for better results, most of the projects in the market follow ideally the sprint duration as 2 weeks. Even though 1 to 4 weeks is allowed, most of the projects in the market ideally follow 2 weeks as their sprint duration. 2 weeks means how many days? 2 weeks is ideal. Okay, ideal case is 2 weeks. 2 weeks sprint duration. 2 weeks means how many days? It is 10 working days. Okay, 10 working days. If you exclude that Saturday and Sunday every time, right, you will be left with in 2 weeks you will be left with 10 working days. In 10 working days, the work that is assigned to this particular sprint or iteration need to be completed by the end of the sprint. Again, next set of work will be assigned, estimated assigned to the next sprint or iteration, and that need to be completed again in 10 working days if the sprint duration for that particular project is set to 2 weeks in that case. Okay, otherwise it can be 1 to 4 weeks depending on project to project. So hope guys you understood what is the duration of sprint in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 179. That is, what is sprint planning meeting? Let me answer. Before I explain anything about the sprint planning meeting, let me first explain about what exactly is sprint and what exactly happens in an agile scrum methodology following projects. Okay. So in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will happen in the form of iterations, guys. Okay. The first iteration, some work will be assigned to this one of the iteration, that is first iteration. After the work is completed in this first iteration, then second iteration will begin, where another set of work will be assigned to the second iteration, and that need to be completed by the end of the second iteration. Then third iteration will start and end. Then fourth iteration will start and end. Then fifth, and so on. The process will continue. Here each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Okay, here each and every iteration is iteration one, which is known as sprint. So some set of work will be completed by the end of the sprint, whereas some set of work will be completed by the end of the sprint. And here each and every iteration is a sprint, guys. And sprint is time bound. Okay, sprint is time bound. It will have a duration like 1 to 4 weeks. Sprint will have a duration of 1 to 4 weeks. Ideally, guys, most of the projects follow 2 weeks, that is 10 working days. In the 10 working days, the work that is assigned to the sprint need to be completed by the end of the sprint. But before the work is assigned to the sprint, okay, before the work gets assigned to the sprint, there will be a meeting conducted. Okay, product owner will conduct a meeting with the Scrum team and Scrum Master. Okay, before this work is assigned to the sprint, a meeting will be conducted by the product owner with the Scrum team and Scrum Master to decide on what work need to be assigned to the sprint. And that meeting is called as sprint planning meeting. Okay, that meeting is known as sprint planning meeting. I'll show you more. I'll explain more. Okay, what is sprint planning meeting? A meeting in which the product owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum team collaborate and decide which backlog items need to be worked in the next sprint. What work need to be completed in the next sprint? They will decide as part of this meeting. Okay, so as we already know, the product owner will maintain a backlog, okay, bucket known as product backlog, where all the list of requirements will be there in the form of user stories, right? These are all the pending work that is left out and need to be completed by the team later. But out of all this work, if, all work cannot be completed in a single sprint, okay? Then there should be a meeting conducted. There should be a meeting conducted to move some set of work from this product backlog and assign to one of the sprint. What is this meeting known as? This meeting is none other than the sprint planning meeting. Who will attend this meeting? The product owner, PO, then Scrum Master, SM, and Scrum team. Scrum team, product owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum team are going to attend this sprint planning meeting, where they will decide what amount of pending work need to be assigned to this one of the sprint to come, so that they can complete by the end of the sprint. Okay, so what will happen in this meeting? So a lot of decisions will be taken in this sprint planning meeting, guys. Okay, all these decisions will be taken based on all these factors. First, one of the factor is objective of the sprint. In this particular sprint planning meeting, this product owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum team will decide the objective of the sprint. What is the purpose of the sprint? By the end of the sprint, what is the problem statement, or what they exactly have to reach or achieve? That is the objective of the sprint. They will decide, and they will estimate the capacity of the team. What is the capacity of the team? Okay, so based on the capacity of the team only, they have to assign the work, right? So they will uh, estimate the capacity of the team. Okay, then sprint duration. So as I already mentioned, guys, every sprint will have some duration according to project. Every project will have its own sprint duration. Most of the projects have 2 weeks, that is 10 working as a duration. Okay, what is the sprint duration? Based on this, decisions will be taken. And what else based on the decisions will be taken in this sprint planning meeting is how much work need to be completed in this sprint. Those decisions will be taken based on all these factors, guys. Okay, then pending backlog items. How much work is pending? Okay, what is the pending backlogs? Okay, and which work need to be worked on next? Based on the priority, they will decide this much work need to be done next. Okay, pending backlog items, that is user stories which are there in the backlog, that the requirements that are in the form of user story in the product backlog, which need to be worked on next, also will be taken into consideration. Then estimating the user stories, whatever the work they will decide to do next, right, immediately next, right, that stories they will estimate, guys, based on some story points. They will give some estimates. Okay, so you see, if someone asks you like what is the estimated distance between your location to your friend's location or friend's home or something, or your home to railway station or bus stand, you approximately say that okay, it is around like 3 kilometers, 3.5 kilometers. On the average, you will tell, right? Similarly, here these user stories which need to be worked on next also need to be estimated at a high level, guys. Okay, this much points, this much story points, this user stories are. So estimations also, So before attending this meeting only, before attending this sprint planning meeting only, the product owner, scrum master and scrum team need to be come up with, they have to come up with the estimates on the proposed stories. Okay, before the meeting starts only, they have to be ready with the estimates. Then they can discuss on these estimates whether they are okay or not, whether everyone is on the same page or not regarding the estimates of the user stories. They will discuss in the meeting. Then next one is velocity, the speed at which the team is working. So they will calculate the velocity based on the previous sprints, guys. Okay, the team may have already worked based on the previous sprints. They have got some idea of how much speed the team is working on. Based on the velocity, they have to assign the work to the sprint. Okay, so they should not overburden the team, right? Whatever the speed is there, what is the capacity of the team, what is the duration of the sprint. Based on all this, they will decide like what is the pending work to be assigned. Okay, what is the objective of the sprint. Based on all these things, they will, okay, based on the estimates and all, they will and based on the velocity, they will decide what work need to be assigned and how much work they have to do by the end of the sprint. They will decide. Once all these decisions were taken and work is assigned to the sprint, the complete team, that is product owner, scrum master and scrum team, need to confirm and agree. Okay, whatever the discussed work that is assigned to the sprint, that is going to be assigned to the sprint or allocated to the sprint for working by everyone, right? The team has to accept, the scrum team has to accept this. Okay, confirm and accept, confirm and agree on this work. Then only the product owner can take a decision of moving this, whatever the proposed work which is estimated, right? That proposed work will be moved from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. Okay, here at the end of this meeting, the product owner will get an idea like what work the team has accepted or confirmed. Okay, that confirmed work can be assigned to the sprint by moving the work from product backlog to which backlog. After moving the work from product backlog to sprint backlog, there is another thing known as sprint backlog. Okay, just to assign the work from the work to the sprint, the product owner has to move the required the accepted user stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. Once the stories got moved from the product backlog to sprint backlog, the team can start working on this sprint backlog moved items. Okay, so and by the end of this sprint, they have to complete, guys. Okay, by the end of the sprint, that is, if it is 2 weeks, that is 10 working days, the work has to be completed as per the estimations done in the sprint planning meeting. So hope guys you understood what is sprint planning meeting in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 180. That is, what is the difference between product backlog and sprint backlog? Let me answer. Before I explain the difference between the product backlog and sprint backlog, we need to first understand what exactly is product backlog and what exactly is sprint backlog. So let's get started. You see, in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will happen in the form of iterations. Okay. After first iteration work is completed, the next set of work will be completed as part of the next iteration. Then third iteration, then fourth iteration, and so on. Okay. The work that is assigned in the beginning of the iteration need to be completed by the end of the iteration. Here, each and every iteration is known as sprint. The first iteration is a sprint, second iteration is another sprint, and so on. All these are the sprints. And sprints will have some duration of 1 to 4 weeks. Okay, depending on project to project, the sprint duration will change from 1 week to 4 weeks. In ideal cases, most of the projects follow 2 weeks. That is 10 working days. Okay, 2 weeks means 10 working days. In 10 working days, the work need to be completed. The work that is assigned to the sprint need to be completed, guys. Fine. So how the work will be assigned to the sprint, you need to understand. So there is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects known as product owner. Okay, the product owner who knows the business well and who interfaces with the real customers and end users. Okay, will prepare all the requirements that need to be developed for this project, and this product owner will put all these requirements into a bucket known as product backlog. Okay, this is what is product backlog is. All the requirements will be collected from the end users and all, as the product owner knows the business well, and all these requirements will be put into this product bucket known as product. This is product backlog, guys. Okay, all these requirements collected by the product owner will be put into a bucket known as product backlog. Okay, These requirements will be broken down into smaller requirements known as user stories and will be documented in a bucket known as product backlog bucket. All the pending things that need to be completed by end of the project. Okay. As part of this project, whatever all the requirements which are pending to be developed and tested by the team by the end of the project are put into a bucket known as product backlog by product owner. This is what is product backlog. Now, after this, you see before every sprint, there will be a meeting conducted known as there will be a meeting conducted before every sprint. That meeting is known as sprint planning meeting. That meeting is nothing but sprint planning meeting. In the sprint planning meeting, the product owner, the scrum team, scrum master will decide what is the amount of work that can be assigned to the sprint. Okay. So in the sprint planning meeting, product owner, the scrum team and scrum master will decide the amount of work that need to be completed by the end of the sprint and to be assigned to the sprint and all those stuff. So once that work is decided, then the product owner will move the user stories, pending user stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. Okay. For each and every sprint, there will be a sprint backlog. You see, for each and every sprint, there is a sprint backlog. The accepted work in the sprint planning meeting will be moved from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. What does the sprint backlog will contain? It also contains the user stories which need to be completed by the end of the sprint. That is, if the sprint duration is 2 weeks, by the end of the 10 working days, that is 2 weeks, the work that need to be completed will be provided. The requirements or the work that need to be developed and tested by the team by the end of the sprint will be provided in the sprint backlog. So product backlog will contain all the user stories that need to be completed by the end of the project, where the sprint backlog will contain the list of the user stories or requirements that need to be completed by the end of that particular sprint only. So hope guys you understood what is the difference between the product backlog and sprint backlog. In product backlog contains the list of user stories or requirements which need to be completed by the end of the product guys. Okay, end of the project. This is okay by the end of the project. Whereas coming to the sprint backlog, it contains the pending user stories which need to be completed by the end of the sprint. Okay, so this is what is the difference between the product backlog and sprint backlog. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, that is what is the difference between product and sprint backlog in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 181. That is, what is daily scrum meeting? Let me answer. So, in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will happen in the form of iterations. Okay. First iteration is completed, then next iteration. Next set of work will be assigned to the next iteration. After the end of the next iteration, another iteration will start and the work will continue like that. Here each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Okay, each and every iteration here is known as a sprint, and each and every sprint will have some time boxed duration. That is, depending on project to project, it will be like 1 to 4 weeks of time. Ideally, most of the projects will have a duration of 2 weeks. Okay, ideal duration of a sprint is 2 weeks. That is nothing but 10 working days. It's nothing but 10 working days. So whatever the task that is assigned to the sprint, okay, in the beginning of the sprint, whatever the task that is assigned to the sprint need to be completed by the end of the sprint. So if you take this ideal case where 2 weeks of duration is there for the sprint, then the task need to be completed in how many days? Just 10 working days. Okay, 1 day, 2 day, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Total in 10 working days, the tasks need to be tasks that are assigned to the user stories or requirements that need to be developed and tested by the team by the end of the sprint need to be completed. So, but while the sprint is going on, every day at same time, at the same place for 15 minutes, a meeting will be conducted. Okay, every day, guys. Okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, till the end of the sprint, that is day 10. Every day at the same time and same place, a meeting will be conducted for how much time? 15 minutes of duration. And that meeting is called as daily scrum meeting. What is that meeting? The name of the meeting is daily scrum meeting, which will be conducted by whom? Scrum Master will be conducting this meeting. Okay, there is another role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects known as Scrum Master. This particular rolled person will be conducting this daily Scrum meeting for how much time? 15 minutes of time. At what place and what time? Daily at the same time and same place. Okay, at same place and same time. For 15 minutes, this daily Scrum meeting will be conducted by Scrum Master. And what will happen in this meeting? First of all, in daily Scrum meeting, what will happen? What the Scrum Master will do? Who along with the Scrum Master will attend this meeting? To this daily Scrum meeting, okay, to this daily Scrum meeting, the Scrum team, the developers and testers who are working on the project need to attend this meeting, and Scrum Master will be the one who is conducting this meeting, and all these people are attending. Scrum team is attending this meeting. Okay, while Scrum Master is driving this meeting, Scrum team is attending this meeting. So what the Scrum Master and Scrum team will do in this meeting? Every day for 15 minutes at the same place and same time, when this daily Scrum meeting happens, the Scrum Master will ask each and every person in the team to about their status of work. What is that they are working? What is that they have completed? What is that is pending? Are there any blockers that Scrum team is unable to do, and because of that the sprint goal is going behind? All these kind of things will be discussed, guys. Okay, any they will discuss about like what can be done so that blockers will be moving off, and the work will continue on the required pace at a required place. So Scrum Master will ask each and every Scrum team members to explain about or to share the status of their work. Okay, what has been completed, what has not been completed, what is pending, what is going on, what is planned for tomorrow, like that. Okay, whether we are on track or not as per the sprint goal and all. You see, at every point of day, right, are we on track, whether we can complete the work by the end of the sprint or not, is the point of focus for this daily Scrum meeting. And it should not take more than 15 minutes, guys. Okay, it should not take more than 15 minutes, and it should happen at the same place and same time. So what is daily Scrum meeting? The Scrum Master is a role who conducts this meeting with the Scrum team daily during the sprint, during every day at the same time and same place. For 15 minutes, Scrum Master will be conducting with this meeting with the Scrum team to track the progress of the each and every member of the Scrum team towards the sprint goal. Okay, that's what is the purpose. There is another name for the Scrum daily Scrum meeting. The other name we have is the daily stand up. We can also call that as stand up meeting. Why we are calling this as a daily Scrum meeting as daily stand up meeting? Because during this meeting for 15 minutes, no one will sit there. Okay, everyone will be standing in the meeting. That's why the name came, another name came for the daily Scrum meeting as daily stand up meeting, where all the including Scrum Master and the Scrum team, everyone will be standing in that meeting for 15 minutes. Okay, and sharing their status and progress of the tasks during that towards the sprint goal and all. Okay, so guys, this is what is daily Scrum meeting. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 182. That is, who is a Scrum Master? Let me answer. Scrum Master is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Okay, Scrum Master is a role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects who make sure Scrum framework is followed throughout the project. Okay, this role in Agile Scrum methodology following projects will make sure whether the Scrum framework is being followed throughout the project or not. That is what is a Scrum Master. Scrum Master has several responsibilities. What are the different responsibilities of the Scrum Master? Let me explain one by one. First of all, the Scrum Master will guide and coach the Scrum team on Scrum framework. If the Scrum team is lagging in Scrum framework, then who will guide you or coach you? The Scrum Master will guide you or coach you. And Scrum Master not only guides and coaches you, but also removes the blockers so that the work continues. If due to some XYZ reasons in the project, in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, if a work stops due to a particular blocker or something, then whose responsibility is to remove that blocker or resolve that blocker for the team? Scrum Master. Okay, Scrum Master will look into the blocker and we'll make sure the blocker gets resolved by taking so and so actions, and make sure that the work continues in the project. Okay, work doesn't stop in the project. That's what is a scrum master. And scrum master will attend meetings and conducts few meetings. So scrum master conducts daily stand up meeting or daily scrum meeting, okay, to track the progress of the work. So scrum master will conduct a meeting known as daily scrum meeting at same time at same place for 15 minutes every day, okay, throughout the sprint. And in that particular meeting, the scrum master will check with each and every scrum team member to see where they are standing, like what is the work they have completed, what is the work that they are currently doing, what is the work that they are going to plan to do tomorrow. Okay, are there any blockers while they are working on this? All these things will be discussed by the scrum master in that scrum meetings, that is daily scrum meeting or daily stand up meeting, whatever you can call. Fine. Not only that, guys, scrum master will also conduct a retrospective meeting, sprint retrospective meeting at the end of every sprint. Okay, as we already know in agile scrum methodology following projects, the work will happen in iterations, iteration 1, iteration 2, and so on. Each and every iteration is known as a sprint. So after the sprint work is completed, before the next sprint work starts, in between, a meeting will be conducted by Scrum Master known as a sprint retrospective meeting, where everyone will attend in this meeting to discuss what went well in the previous sprint, what didn't went well, what are the improvements that we can make for the next sprint so that we can do better work. All such kind of things will be discussed in the sprint retrospective meeting. For that, who will conduct that meeting? Scrum Master will conduct the meeting. Not only conducting the meeting, Scrum Master will make a note of the action items, okay, that the team has suggested or discussed during that retrospective meeting, like the areas of improvement and so on for the next sprint. Okay, all this will be uh, all this feedback or notes, action item notes will be taken by the Scrum Master. Okay, and next one, Scrum Master will also attend the sprint planning meeting. Okay, before the product backlog items are assigned to the sprint backlog, okay, a planning meeting will be conducted by the product owner, right? That is called a sprint planning meeting. So Scrum Master will also attend this sprint planning meeting, and the Scrum Master will protect the team from overcommitting. Sometimes product owner will give more work and team should not accept. Okay, so team should reject it. So if the team is unable to reject it, maybe the scrum master will give you the hints in that meeting, like, okay, I think it looks like this is kind of more work, are you sure that you can do it, or something like such kind of questions will be posted by scrum master in that sprint planning meeting, so that the team will cross check again and see whether they are over committing or not. Okay, and also not only that, guys, scrum master will help the team in estimation, in doing the story estimations for each and every stories in the sprint planning meeting, and subtask creation for those stories. All these things scrum master will help and aid. Okay, so this is coming to the meetings. What is the roles and role and responsibility of the scrum master as part of meetings, different meetings? Then scrum master will look into the Jira tool every day. Okay, so what the scrum master will administer the Jira tool. That means whether the stories are being picked properly by the developers and testers while they are working on the sprints. They are putting the proper comments or not. They are doing the respective actions at proper time or not. All these things will be administered by the scrum master. If team doesn't follow that process, then scrum master will guide and coach the team, okay, to follow that direction. Then reporting. Coming to the reporting, guys, nowadays most of the reporting is done by the tools like Jira tool and all will do the reporting. But without Jira tool also, if the Scrum Master has to work, the Scrum Master has to create a burn-down chart by himself or herself. Okay, Scrum Master has to create and use velocity charts to see what is the speed of the teams, okay, while working and all. Okay, all these different type of reports will be created by the Scrum Master. If not, the Scrum Master will use the Jira tool to check the auto-generated tools, and these reports will be again used in the projects to see where the project is standing and all. Then coming to the team support. Okay, so coming to the team, guys, sometimes what happens during in the teams is like within the team some disputes may happen or some disagreements will happen between the different people, okay, who are working together. So scrum master is the one who has to resolve, okay, these disputes and disagreements in the team so that the project runs smooth. Then Scrum Master not only resolves these disputes and disagreements, but also protects the Scrum team from external deviations and overburdening managers. Sometimes, in some projects, some managers may be there who will try to encash the situation, like take utilization of the situation by overburdening the resources and by giving some extra work and all. Scrum Master is the one who will protect the scrum team at that time by right, protecting the team from that kind of managers by keeping the things straight and making the exact work being given or assigned to the scrum team. Okay, so all these kind of activities are done by the scrum master, guys. These are the different responsibilities of the scrum master, and many more may be there. These are the important ones that I covered in this session. Whatever you remember, you just try to answer in the interview. Okay, if you get the same interview question, you can just answer that a scrum master is a role in agile scrum methodology following projects who make sure the scrum framework is being followed throughout the project, and whose roles and responsibilities are this. Whatever you remember, those roles and responsibilities you can mention in the interview question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 183. That is, explain sprint review meeting. Let me answer. In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will be done in the form of iterations. Some set of work will be completed in first iteration, second set of work will be completed in second iteration, next set of work will be completed in the third iteration, and so on, guys. Here each and every iteration in which the work is getting completed is known as sprint. Okay, here each and every iteration is known as sprint is time bound, guys, depending on the project to project. So it can be ranging from 1 week to 4 weeks. Okay, ideally most of the projects follow 2 weeks sprint duration. Okay, that is 10 working days. In 10 working days, the work that is assigned to the sprint need to be completed by the scrum team. Okay, the scrum team need to complete the work assigned to the sprint by the end of the sprint, that is in 10 working days. Let's say the scrum team has worked for 10 days consecutively. Okay, first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day, eighth day, ninth day, and finally after 10 days, the work is completed, let's say, but it's not really completed, guys. Okay, it's not the end of the work. Even though the scrum team is stating that they have completed, they have done all the work that is assigned in the form of user stories and all, uh, that is developers and testers, that is nothing but scrum team are stating that they developed it and tested it, all the requirements. Okay, but when can we state that the work is really completed? In the last day, there will be one meeting known as sprint review meeting. Okay, there will be an informal meeting known as sprint review meeting where, okay, sprint review meeting where the scrum team will demonstrate, will demo, you can say, demo or demonstrate their work which they are stating as completed to the product owner. Okay, as part of the sprint review meeting. Okay, as part of this sprint review meeting, the scrum team, okay, whatever the work they have done or completed, they will demonstrate their work to the product owner. As part of the sprint review meeting, product owner will cross check the work done by this scrum team against the acceptance criteria that is mentioned in the requirements of these user stories that are assigned to the sprint. Okay, for each and every user stories that is assigned to the sprint, there will be acceptance criteria, right? Using the acceptance criteria, the product owner will cross check the work that is being done by that is stated as completed by the scrum team. If that particular work is according to the mentioned acceptance criteria, then product owner will finally accept the work. Okay, the product owner, based on really it's completed or not, by checking against the acceptance criteria, product owner will make a decision whether the work is really completed or not. If the product owner accepts the stories or the work done by the scrum team, then only the sprint will end. Okay, then only the work is stated as completed and sprint will end here. Okay, so this what is the sprint review meeting, guys. So what are sprint review meetings, or what is sprint review meeting? In the meeting, the scrum team, that is developers and testers, demonstrate the work they have completed in the sprint to the product owner for final approval. Okay, who has to approve it? Product owner has to approve it. How the product owner will approve it? Product owner will cross check the work done by the scrum team with the acceptance criteria of the requirements that are mentioned in the user story. Okay, based on that only product owner will take a final call and finally approve if everything is okay. Once all the work is approved by the product owner for the sprint, once all the work done in the sprint is approved by the product owner, then only the sprint will be completed and end. Okay, that particular sprint will be completed and will end, guys. Okay, so this is what is sprint review meeting. So hope guys you understood or you now know what is the answer for this sprint review meeting from this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 184. That is, what is sprint retrospective meeting? Let me answer. So, in Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will be done in the form of iterations. Okay, some set of work will be assigned to one of the iteration. By the end of this iteration, the work will be completed. The next iteration will start. This also some other set of work will be assigned to the next iteration, and at the end of the iteration, the work will be completed. Then next iteration will start, and this will keep on going. Here, each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Okay, is generally called as a sprint. Sprint. Okay, so this sprint will have a duration. Okay, depending on project to project, the duration can be around 1 to 4 weeks. Ideally, most of the projects will have 2 weeks as their ideal duration of the sprint. That is nothing but 10 working days. Okay, 2 weeks means excluding that Saturday and Sunday, it will be 10 working days of time. Okay, so that means the work that is assigned to this sprint need to be completed in 10 working days if it is 2 weeks duration of the sprint. Okay, so the Scrum team will be working on the user stories that are assigned to the sprint. If it is 2 weeks duration, so 1, 2, 3, 4th day, 5th day, 6th day, 7th day, 8th day, 9th day, and 10th day. By the end of the 10 days, the work will be completed. In the last day, guys, last day, once the sprint ends, okay, once the sprint ends, then a meeting will be conducted before the next sprint starts. Okay, after the ending of the sprint and before the next sprint start, in between here you can say, okay, maybe you can call this one. Here, in between the previous sprint and the next sprint, a meeting will be conducted that is known as sprint retrospective meeting. Okay, what will happen during this meeting? In this meeting, the Scrum Master, the Scrum team, and others will discuss what went well. Okay, in the previous sprint, in the sprint just now that has ended, right? In that sprint, what went well? What did we do better? Okay, what didn't went well? What didn't work out for us? Okay, what didn't went well? What improvements? Okay, what improvements can we make for next sprint so that same mistakes doesn't happen or better output we'll get? These are the three main questions that will be discussed during this sprint retrospective meeting, which happens between the sprints. Okay, after at the end of every sprint, guys, not only this sprint, but after the second sprint ends also, before the next third sprint starts, here also a sprint retrospective meeting will be conducted and all these things will be discussed. So hope guys you understood what is a sprint retrospective meeting and when it will be conducted in the Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Meeting conducted at the end of every sprint to discuss on what went well, what didn't went well, what improvements can be made for the next sprint is known as sprint retrospective meeting. So hope guys you understood what exactly is sprint retrospective meeting in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 185. That is, explain daily stand-up meeting. Let me answer. In Agile Scrum methodology following projects, the work will be done in the form of iterations. Some set of work will be assigned to the first iteration. After this work is completed in the first iteration, the next iteration will start. Then other set of work will be assigned to the next iteration, and once this work is completed in this iteration, then the iteration will end and another iteration will start. This how the work will be done in Agile Scrum methodology following projects. Here each and every iteration is known as a sprint. Here each and every iteration is known as or called as sprint, and this sprint has a duration. It has a duration, some time boxed duration, that is 1 to 4 weeks depending on project to project. Some projects will have 1 week as a sprint duration, other projects have the 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks as a duration. Ideally most of the projects has 2 weeks as a duration. Okay, 2 weeks is the ideal time that most of the projects have. That is 10 working days, guys. Okay, in 10 working days, the work need to be completed. Okay, the work assigned to the sprint need to be completed. In the beginning of the sprint, some work will be assigned to the sprint in the form of requirements, that is user stories. That user stories need to be developed and tested by the end of the sprint. That is in, if it is 2 weeks, it's 10 working days. Let's say 2 weeks. Okay, one working day, two working day, three working day, fourth working day, fifth working day, sixth working day, seventh working day, eighth working day, ninth working day, and 10th working day. And every day, every day there will be a meeting, guys. Okay, while the Scrum team, that is developers and testers, are working on these requirements or user stories to complete by the end of the sprint, right? Every day at the same time and same place, there will be a meeting conducted. Okay, every day at the same time and same place. Every day, guys, every day a meeting will be conducted just for 15 minutes only. At the same time and same place, a meeting will be conducted. Every day a meeting will be conducted. Okay, so every day a meeting will be conducted at same time and same place for 15 minutes, and that meeting is called as daily stand up meeting. It's also called as daily scrum meeting also. Okay, conducted daily for 15 minutes at same place and same time. Okay, who will conduct this meeting? Who will conduct this meeting? This meeting will be conducted by a different role known as Scrum Master. Scrum Master is the one who will conduct this meeting every day at the same time, same place for 15 minutes. Where in this meeting, guys, everyone will be standing. Okay, during this meeting, the Scrum Master and Scrum team will be attending the meeting. Okay, all these people will be standing, including Scrum Master and Scrum team. Okay, Scrum team. Scrum team is developers and testers. Okay, the Scrum Master and Scrum team will be standing in this meeting while they are discussing. Okay, while they are discussing, Scrum Master and Scrum team will be discussing by standing. They will not be sitting in the meeting, guys. Okay, what discussions will happen in this during this 15 minutes of meeting every day at same time, same place? So in this meeting, the Scrum Master will ask each and every Scrum team member to say what is the progress, what is the current progress, like what activities they are doing now, what activities are completed, what tasks are completed, what tasks are pending. Are there any blockers because of which the team is lagging behind? Are we on track or not? Okay, can we finish the work by time by the end of the sprint or not? All such kind of activities. Okay, all the such kind of things will be discussed during this daily Scrum meeting. It is also called as a daily stand-up meeting. Okay, so here the progress, okay, the progress of the project towards the sprint goal will be tracked as part of the daily stand-up meeting or daily Scrum meeting, where everyone will be standing in the meeting during the meeting, and the meeting will happen for 15 minutes at same time and same place. And Scrum Master is the one who will conduct this meeting with the Scrum team, that is development and testing team, daily at same time, same place. Okay, for 15 minutes. Okay, not more than 15 minutes to see what tasks the team is doing, what tasks the team has completed, what tasks the team has to start or pending or it's planning to do tomorrow or whatever it is, and what is the current status of the sprint. Okay, whether we are on track or not, whether will be able to complete the task on time or not by the end of the sprint or not. All such kind of things will be discussed in this daily scrum meeting or daily stand-up meeting. Okay, so this is all about the daily stand-up meeting, guys. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 186. That is, what are the different user story estimation techniques? Let me answer. There are several user story estimation techniques using which we can predict or estimate the approximate time that is required to complete a user story. Okay, how much time this user story will take? Okay, what is the approximate time that user story may take to complete? That estimation or prediction can be done using any of these user story estimation techniques. There are several user story estimation techniques that I'm going to cover in this session. So why these user story estimation techniques are required? Just to solve these challenges. What are the challenges that we generally face in real time? Why these techniques are required? What happens is the product owner will give you the user stories, which are nothing but the small chunks of requirements. If the requirements are not clear, okay, then if you have to estimate the stories when the requirements are unclear, and if you still have to estimate the stories, it will be very difficult, right? It will be very difficult to estimate something which is not clear. In that kind of situation, we can use this user story estimation techniques, okay, different user story estimation techniques according to the situations and all. If you consider, even despite of having unclear inputs, we can estimate the stories. Okay, that is a challenge, and using this, the solution is nothing but the user story estimation techniques we can use for still estimating despite of unclear inputs. User stories can be estimated using by following these techniques, user story estimation techniques. So what are the different advantages we get by using this user story estimation techniques? Okay, ultimately, what is the advantage we get by estimating the stories? Okay, the advantages we get is, when you estimate the stories, we can measure the progress, right? How many story points got completed, how many story points are pending. When you're working on a sprint, and to that particular sprint, this many number of stories got assigned, 30 or 35 stories got assigned. By the end of the sprint, you have to complete 35 stories. So in middle of the sprint or somewhere in the sprint, you want to cross check like how many story points you completed, how many story points are pending. Such kind of measurement or tracking can be done with the help of stories. Okay, that's the power of estimation, right? If you estimate a story, you can measure your progress. Okay, during your work, you can measure your progress, how much you completed, how much is pending completion. And understanding of requirements improves, guys. Okay, in the process of estimating the stories, we need to understand the requirements. Without understanding the requirements, it will be very difficult for us to estimate the stories. Indirectly, we are understanding the requirements, and this process of estimating the stories is improving our understanding of the requirements. Okay, that's another advantage we get by estimating the stories. Then another advantage is, by measuring the progress, what is that you want to achieve? By measuring the progress, you can make improvements, right? By measuring something, you can improve it. Okay, whatever that in your life, guys, if you measure it, you can improve it. Okay, if you don't measure it, you cannot improve it, right? So you have to first measure it, then you can improve it. Okay, so this using you by estimating the story points, and measuring it, we can make improvements later. Okay, if you are not going according to track, we can do some changes to the plans and all those stuff, and then improve our work. Okay, so make improvements by comparing the estimates with the actual work. Okay, estimated work with the actual work, when you compare, and then you can do the improvements. Okay, these are the advantages we get by estimating the user stories. And now the actual topic of this session, like the topic is all about what are the different user story estimation techniques, right? There are different user story estimation techniques. So planning poker is one estimation technique, t-shirt size is another one, dot voting is another technique, buckets system. There are other techniques also, like affinity mapping, analogy, 3-point method. Okay, many techniques are there. These are the different techniques we have. I'll explain only the major ones. Okay, there are other also. I'll not cover everything. Okay, so I'll explain the important ones. Okay, planning poker. If you are using this user story estimation technique, that is planning poker, for estimating the stories, then how do you estimate? So as part of planning poker, guys, it will follow the Fibonacci sequence. Okay, for estimation. What is Fibonacci sequence? This is the first two numbers will be 0, 1. The next number will be the addition of these two numbers. That is uh, actually here one more one will come. Okay, 0, 1, 0 plus 1 is equal to 1, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, 3 plus 5 is equal to 8, 8 plus 3, 8 plus 5 is equal to 13, 13 plus 8 is equal to 21. Like it will go on, guys. Okay, so we should not be giving the estimates like in between numbers. We cannot estimate a story as 4 points. You see, in this list, do we have anywhere 4? No, right? You cannot estimate a story with 4 points, 4 story points. If you have to estimate a story, you have to give some number out of this Fibonacci series only. You can give it 1, or it can give it 3, or you can give it 13, but you cannot give 12 or 7 or something. You cannot give. Okay, that's what is the thing. So it's the exponential nature of, because of the exponential nature of the Fibonacci sequence. Okay, it will allow the team to be more realistic when estimating large and complex. You see, when you are estimating the large and complex task, giving some numbers like 4, 7 doesn't make sense. Okay, strictly giving the exact numbers is doesn't make sense. Okay, we should be approximate in estimations. Okay, that exponential nature of this Fibonacci series makes the job easy in estimation. Okay, this exponential, where it's growing, right? The next number is becoming the addition of the two numbers. Okay, so the next size story comes after 13. Next size story comes means you have to go with 21. You cannot give 14 or 15 or 16. Okay, directly you have to give 21. Okay, that will give proper estimations, or exponential estimations will make the job easy in case of when you have large and complex tasks. This kind of Fibonacci series can be used for estimation. So here, as part of planning poker technique, what process will be followed is first product owner scrum master will describe the user story. Okay, the product owner or scrum master will describe the user story for us, and each and every team member secretly selects a card. Okay, out of these cards having any of these numbers, Fibonacci series numbers, whatever they feel as estimations, right? Each and every team member will have their own card, and you will choose a card, okay, that has any of these numbers, and finally, when everyone is asked to reveal, everyone will reveal at the same time the maximum voted number or card which is selected by everyone for that particular user story, right? That will be the final estimation. Okay, majority wins kind of thing. Okay, that is planning poker, guys. Okay, that is planning poker technique. Okay, here Fibonacci series is used for estimations, and here as per the process, different team members will select a card having any of this Fibonacci number for as part of estimation for that particular user story, and suddenly they have to, when they ask, everyone has to reveal it at the same time. So they will count like how many people have given estimation as 8, how many people have given estimation as 13, how many people have given estimation as 5, like that. If maximum people are giving some 8 or 8, right? In that case, the final estimation will go for 8. Okay, kind of thing. That is planning poker. Similarly, we have other user story estimation techniques like t-shirt size. Okay, so user stories will be assigned with a t-shirt size. Generally, if you go to any shop and want to select a t-shirt, right, it will have some sizes, right? T-shirt will have some sizes like small, medium, large, or extra large size. Okay, so we have to select a size. Here we don't have Fibonacci series, we have this only 4 labels, that is small, medium. For a particular user story you have to select small, or for a particular user story we have to either select medium or large or extra large. Okay, it is a rough and quick estimation, guys. Okay, by looking at the story we can get a feeling like, okay, it's large or extra large or small or medium. So we have to group different user stories under different categories of small, medium, large, extra large. Like you are purchasing a t-shirt, right? You have to do the same thing here. Okay, it's a rough and quick estimation, guys. Use it in case of large backlogs. When you have large amount of items that need to be estimated, large number of user stories need to be estimated, then this kind of technique can be followed, where you can group all these stories into different buckets. And it is a very early estimation, right? It's a very quick one, very quick estimation, very fast you can do. It's a rough and quick estimation, very fast you can do it. There is no specific points, right? So you can do it very fast and quick. Early estimations can be done with the help of this estimation technique. We get a quick bird's eye view on estimations. Okay, very early estimations we'll get for the user stories. That's what is the t-shirt size. Then we have dot voting. Okay, any of this technique can be used for estimating the stories, guys, are based on the projects and project to project. Okay, depending on the situation, like sometimes you may have to do it quick, so t-shirt size is a better one. Sometimes you have to, okay, do it for complex and estimate large and complex tasks, then go for planning poker, like that, depending on the situations. Okay, dot voting. Dot voting is like generally this particular estimation technique is for prioritizing the large backlogs. Okay, large number of stories in the backlog, when you want to prioritize them. So what happens in dot voting is so generally this particular technique is only done by the well established scrum teams. It's not like um the team has to be very good, okay, to do these estimations. Okay, that's what well established, that's what I'm saying. Well established scrum teams will do this dot voting, where the whatever that large backlog items will be there. Okay, all the large whatever the stories that are in there in the large backlog will be put on the will be written on the sticky notes, and the team will be given some markers or some stickers. Okay, some dots or some markers. They just need to put dots. Okay, each and every team will each and every member will be limited with some 4 to 5 dots. They cannot put more than 4 to 5 dots. So in the remaining stories, if they put 1 dot, only 3 more dots or 4 more dots will be remaining, like that. All the team members have to put the dot. The story which gets more dots will be highest priority. Okay, this is what is dot voting kind of estimation. Then we have bucket system. So how this estimation technique will work? Buckets means again it follows the same Fibonacci series. Even planning poker is also following the Fibonacci series. Here bucket system is also following Fibonacci series. Here, guys, for quick estimation, guys. Okay, this will take a lot of time. Planning poker will take a lot of time, even though it's using Fibonacci series, because everyone has to estimate here. But here together, everyone will estimate together, not separately. Okay. So what they will do is they will take the larger items which are there, and larger items that are there in the backlog, and it is a long-term project. Generally, this bucket system is using the long-term projects. Okay. Here they will be creating a list of buckets, guys. Okay, some kind of buckets where you can put the user stories into. each and every bucket will have some story estimation points. Okay, one bucket will have 5 as a number on that, and some other bucket will have 8 or 13, 21, like that. Different buckets will different story point numbers will be there. What the team members will do is they will discuss a story between themselves, and they will decide the bucket, okay, into which the story has to fall into, and put that particular user story in that particular appropriate bucket of which is having the number of the Fibonacci series. Okay, so it's suitable for long-term projects and having large items. Early for those new to Agile guys. Okay, this particular bucket system is easy actually, not early. Easy for those new to Agile, right? Simply they will discuss within the team and put that user story into the bucket. So easy and quickly they can do, right? Because they are doing together. This discussing and doing it's a quick estimation and easy for the new people to do. Okay, so these are the several user story estimation techniques we have. Apart from this, we have other user story estimation techniques like affinity mapping, analogy, 3-point method, and so on. Many other user story estimation techniques are there. But when you get this question in the interviews, you can answer this part. Okay. Whatever you remember from this planning poker or t-shirt size or dot voting, whatever you remember, just give 2 to 3 techniques. I think that will be more than enough to answer the question. Okay. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 187. That is, what is the difference between product backlog item and user story? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly is a product backlog item or items? Items in the product backlog. Okay, items in the product backlog are called as product backlog items. So one of the such item in the product backlog is a user story. Okay, user story is one of the item in the product backlog. Apart from the user story, we can have several items in the product backlog, like we can have defects in the product backlog, epics in the product backlog, spike in the product backlog, technical story, documentation, compliance, etc., and so on in the product backlog. All these are the product backlog items, PBI. Okay, all these are known as PBIs. That is product backlog items, where user story is one of them. Okay, user story is one of the items in the product backlog. It is also a product backlog item only. Apart from user story, we have several other product backlog items in the product backlog known as defects, epics, spike, technical story, documentation, compliance, and so on. So hope guys you understood what is the difference between product backlog and user story, where user story is one of the item in the product backlog. Apart from the user story, we can have other product backlog items like defects, epics, spike, technical story, documentation, and so on. Okay, so this is what is the difference. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 188. That is, what is your approach for finding defects in the software? Let me answer. So what is my approach for finding defects in the software? I'm going to answer in this session. So I start with executing the test cases. I'll run the test cases to see if any test cases are failing. If any test cases are failing, I report the defects against them. That's the first thing I will do. After that, after completion of the execution of the test cases, I go with exploratory testing. Okay. So here I'll not be following any test cases. Rather, I'll be using my past experience or test heuristics, you can say, to figure out like in which functional areas there is a possibility of the defects, and I'll try to create that shortcuts to go directly into the functional areas and try all those past experiences where I have found the defects while testing previous applications. I'll apply all these things, and along with that, I explore the application and try to go through the flows which are not covered in the general test cases, and try to figure out the scenarios which are failing. Okay, and report the defects. So that is the second thing. Then I make sure that I test in all the environments. Okay, so there may be some possibility where the defects which are not found in one environment, it doesn't mean that all environments are correct. Okay, in different environments, the same functionality may give you the defects. So I cross check in all the environments to see if any other environments have specific issues or not. Okay, that's the third thing I do for finding the defects. And then after doing this amount of functional testing and high level of UI testing as part of these 3 testings, I perform UI testing in detail. Okay, I have created my own UI checklist, which contains a lot of checklist items for checking each and every UI element on the web pages. Okay, so web pages or applications to see if there are any defects related to UI. Okay, because UI also is important as per me. So I also focus more on UI testing a bit more, and then try to find more defects in this area too. Then I make sure I test in different layers of the application, like UI layer of the application, API layer of the application, database layer, to see if there are any defects specific to any particular layer. Okay, defects specific to any particular layer, to find more defects and all. I do this, and apart from that, I perform different types of testing here. Okay, so though I'm performing functional testing or whatever it is, I also perform non-functional testing at a high level to see if any defects I can find in this area, so that I can report, like security related defects or performance related defects and accessibility related defects and so on. Okay, so this is what is my approach for finding the defects in the software, guys. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 189. That is, what is test driven development? That is TDD. Let me answer. In test driven development, the tests will drive the development. That means, first, in the step 1, the software testers, okay, in the step 1, the software testers will create the tests. Okay, that is test cases will be created first. As step 1, in step 1, software testers will create the test cases. And in step 2, using this above created test cases, developers will develop the required code for the functionality. Okay, by looking at the test cases, developers are going to build the code for the functionality. And in step 3, after the code is developed according to the test cases, step 3, the above created test cases, okay, test cases will be verified against the developed code. Okay, to see whether development happened according to the test cases or not. Okay, that is a step 3. Here, who is driving the development? Test cases are driving the development, the tests are driving the development, and this is called as TDD, that is test driven development. When test cases are driving the development, that approach is called as TDD or test driven development case. Okay, test cases will be created first from the requirements by the software testers. Then the functionality will be developed by developers according to the created test cases. So these are the steps, guys. First, test cases from the requirements will be created. Then developers will develop and fix the code to satisfy all the above created test cases. Then finally, in the third step, once the development is done, the test cases will be executed against the developed code, and the code will be finalized if all the test cases are satisfied against the code. Okay, so this is called as, here tests are driving the development, and hence it is called as test driven development. Okay, that is TDD. So hope guys you got the answer for this question in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 190. That is, what is the difference between burn up chart and burn down chart? Let me answer. What is the difference between the burn up chart and burn down chart? The purpose of both these burn up and burn down charts is to track the progress of the project. If you want to track the progress of the project, we can use both of these charts, burn up and burn down charts. Okay, both have the same purpose. But what is the difference between these burn up and burn down charts? In case of burn up chart, it will give you how much work is completed. How much work is completed. Here is a diagram, guys, for a burn up chart, which shows how much work is completed. You see on the left side, we have the story points. Okay, total story points for the software to be released into the market, let's say. Okay, these are the total story points, and this side we have the number of iterations. Okay, let's say we are planning to release the software after 10 iterations. Okay, that number of iterations or sprints, you can say. This side we have the total story points that need to be delivered to release the software into the market. This side we have total iterations. Okay, total iterations that we need to complete in order to deliver the software into the market. So according to the iterations, how much work is being completed, how much work is being completed after completing each and every iteration is something known as burn up chart. How much work is completed is all about the burn up chart. But coming to the burn down chart, how much work is pending? It's not about how much work is completed in burn down chart. It is how much work is pending, still pending. How much work is still need to be done. Okay, is what is burn down chart. Here is the diagram for the burn down chart. Here on the left side, we have the total story points, and here we have the number of days. Okay. Uh, so when the day is complete, how much work is still pending? Okay. How much work is still pending? So how much work is, how many points are still pending? Like here, if you see, there are like around 27 points pending, right? At this point, after 3 days, 27 points, story points are pending. That much amount of work is pending. So this is what is burn down chart, and this is what is burn up chart. Burn up chart, while it shows how much work is completed, burn down chart will help you track the progress of the project by helping you in finding out how much work is still pending. So hope guys you understood what is the difference between burn up chart and burn down chart in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 191. That is, what is state transition testing? Let me answer. State transition testing is one of the black box test design techniques. There are different black box test design techniques like equivalence class partitioning, boundary value analysis, decision table, state transition testing, and use case testing. State transition testing is one of the black box test design techniques. Using this technique, we can derive the test cases based on the different states of the application functionality which get revealed by providing or passing valid and invalid inputs. Okay, by passing different combinations of valid and invalid inputs to a particular application functionality, different states of the application will get revealed. For testing each and every state of the application functionality, we have to derive the test cases. Okay, using this state transition test design technique, we can derive the test cases based on different states of the application functionality which get revealed by providing different combinations of valid and invalid inputs. Okay, I'll give you an example so that you'll understand this statement well. Okay, so here we have an ATM example. So here, if you can understand this diagram, you'll understand this statement easily. Okay, so if you can see this, guys, okay, just imagine an ATM and you are walking into an ATM. Okay, after walking into an ATM, so let's say immediately after you put your card into the ATM, if you provide the correct PIN for the first time itself, what will happen? The access will be granted for the card, right? All the details of your account will be displayed, right? If you directly provide the correct pin in the first try, this is one test case, guys. Okay, this is one test case where you enter into the ATM, you put your card, and you enter a correct pin in the first go itself. Okay, and your card will be accepted and details will be shown. That's the first test case. Let's say there is another situation where, okay, where you will give different or provide different valid and invalid inputs combination, where the first try you will give incorrect pin. Okay, after entering into the ATM, after putting your card into the ATM, for the first try you are providing incorrect input. Okay, so then ATM will ask you for another. It should give you another chance, right? When you give incorrect pin, it's an invalid pin. Please enter again. Kind of option should be given. The second try you gave correct pin, then your card should be accepted and you should be able to do the transactions and all using your card. This is a second test case where the first go you gave incorrect pin and the ATM has given you another chance where you provided correct pin. This is second flow. Okay, so here another state of the application is revealed now. Okay, by providing invalid and valid combination here, another state of the application, okay, application functionality is revealed for the, if you can understand in the ATM words, right? Now third one, another category where first try you gave incorrect pin, second try also, okay, after putting your card into the ATM, the first when it asked for pin, you gave incorrect pin for the first time, then again it gave you a chance, you have not utilized the chance, well you gave the incorrect pin again, but in the third try it gave another chance also. Okay, third chance it gave, first try incorrect pin, second when it gave chance incorrect pin, now again it is asking for the pin for third time, then you gave correct pin, then it should accept and you should be able to do the transaction. This is another state of the application where invalid valid combination is coming. So the application should work in the state, right? So for that, test case is required. So for testing that whether application is working fine in the third state, okay, the another test case, three test cases we got. Now finally, let's figure out the another state of the application where the first try you gave incorrect pin, then it asked for another try, then you gave incorrect pin, and again it asked for another try. Again, third time also you gave incorrect pin, then account got locked. Your card got blocked. Okay. For next 24 hours, you cannot do any transactions with the card because consecutively three times. Okay. Maximum three times the ATM card is allowing you to provide the correct pin. And if you have not utilized the chance, like incorrect you gave, finally your card will be disabled for next 24 hours. Okay. So fourth test case is where you gave all incorrect pins. Okay, that is the fourth. How many test cases I got from this example? Four test cases. Okay, now understand this statement. Using the state transition testing, okay, we can derive the test cases. How many test cases we derived? Four test cases for this ATM example. Test cases based on the different states of the application. We got different states by providing valid and invalid inputs, right? Combinations. Okay, which got revealed by providing the valid and invalid inputs combination. So we are deriving the test cases based on the different states of the application functionality by providing combinations of valid and invalid inputs. Okay. Now another example I'm going to give you. For example, in real time when you are performing testing and when you have to derive the test cases using the state transition testing is one example I'm going to give you, that is tutorials in the application. I'll take you to this application, guys, sample application, a demo application you can say. After going to this application, in the application, sorry, this is not the page. Let me type it properly, tutorialsninja.com/demo. Now it will come. Then go to the login page. Here guys, login functionality, you have to provide valid credentials, right? For the first time itself, you give valid credentials. Okay. Valid email address, valid password you give and try to login. It allowed. First test case is done. Let's say, let's figure out the next test case, next state of the application where you gave valid input but invalid password for the first time. Click on login. No. So it's invalid, right? It's saying no match for email address and password. So it's giving another try. Okay, it's giving another try. The second try, I'm giving a valid one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a valid in this case. You see, second try it is allowing me. Okay, in the first try I gave invalid and the second try I gave valid. Now another one will try. The first try I'll give invalid password. It's not allowing. The second try again I'll give invalid, not allowing. But in the third try I'll give valid. Another test case. Okay, this is another test case. You have to see. It should work. It's working properly actually. Application is working properly. Another test. Now the first try I'll give invalid. Second try I'll give invalid. Third try I'll give invalid. Now in the fourth try I'll give valid. Another test case. Okay. Now fourth try I give valid and it's allowing me. Now in the fifth try I'll give valid this time. Okay. First four times I'll give invalid. 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 Third time also invalid. Fourth time also invalid. Now in the fifth time valid. It's allowing me. So let's try another one. Sixth time I'll give valid this time. First time invalid. Second time invalid. Third time invalid. Fourth time invalid. Fifth time invalid. And finally sixth time I'll give valid. You see? So only your account has exceeded allowed number of login attempts. Please, there is a defect also in this. Okay. You see, this message after coming this message, if I'm giving the input means it should not allow me. Okay. It should not allow me. That's okay. But before my account got blocked, before it gave a try to me, still it's not allowing when I give a valid password here. So that means there is a defect in this functionality. But you are able to understand, right, how to test the functionality, how to test the how to derive the test case for different states of this application functionality by providing valid and invalid inputs combination. Okay, this is what is state transition testing technique. Okay, Using this state transition testing technique, we can derive the test cases based on the different states of the application functionality by providing different combinations of valid and invalid inputs. Okay. So with this note, we are done with this session where I have answered what is state transition testing for you. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 192. That is, other than functionality, what else you should test in web application? Let me answer. So other than the functionality, what we generally have to test in the web application is the question. So further, the answer is, apart from testing the functionality of the application, we should also test the UI of the application. Okay, that testing we generally call that as UI testing, where we detailedly test the user interface of each and every element on the web pages. Okay, it can be a button or it can be a drop down or it can be a text box field. We test the user interface or graphical user interface of that particular element on the element or elements on the web pages. Okay, that is UI testing of the application. So after testing the functionality, we also test the UI of the application, okay, user interface of the application. That is a graphical user interface of the application. And at the same time, we perform the compatibility testing. That is where we test the same functionality in multiple supported environments. In different environments, wherever the application is supported, we have to test. That we call that as compatibility. We run the compatibility tests. Then we perform the non-functional testing like non-functional testing types like security testing. We have to see whether the application is secured or not. Okay, we have to test the security of the application. We have to test the speed of the application or performance of the application by performing the performance testing on the application, and accessibility tests we have to run. Okay, where we have to see whether the application is also accessible to the people who are kind of disabled or so. Okay, accessibility testing and so on. There are different types of non-functional testing we can perform testing apart from the functional testing. And also we have to test the application at the different layers of the application, like UI layer already explained, right? UI testing. Okay, at the UI layer we have to test, that is UI testing, where we test the user interface of the application. Then in the middle layer, that is API layer, where the requests and responses are happening properly for the application or not, that is we call that as API testing. Then we also perform uh, testing on the database layer of the application, and we call the testing as database testing, to see whether the data that we have stored into the application is properly stored in the database or not. Okay, that's what is database testing. And many more kind of testing we generally perform. This much is enough. Okay, if you get this question in the interview, like other than functionality testing, functional testing or functionality testing, what else you should test, means if you give this example, then it will be more than enough. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 193. That is, how do you know that testing is enough? Let me answer. We can know that testing is enough when our application functionalities look stable. Okay, so we are able to use the application functionalities seamlessly, and they feel like they are very stable. Okay, that's one first point. Second point is, there are no major or important defects or critical defects that need to be fixed or left. Okay, all the important critical defects are fixed by developers. That is second step. Third step is, all the defects that need to be fixed before the release happens are really fixed or not. Okay, that is the third thing. And fourth one is, all the exit criteria that is mentioned for the test execution phase is met or not. Based on this, we can decide whether testing is enough or not. Okay, so application functionality should look stable. All the defects, it may be major defects, important defects, critical defects, and all the defects that need to be fixed before release are really fixed. Then all the exit criteria that is mentioned for the test execution phase. Okay, exit criteria of the test execution phase is met. In this case, if all the things that are mentioned under the exit criteria of the test execution phase are met, then we can decide that testing is enough. So hope guys you got the answer. Like how would you know that testing is enough? Based on this, all these items, we can know that testing is enough. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 194. That is, what is a database? Let me answer. So, what is a database. Database is nothing but a place where we can store related data. Okay, a place where we can store related data and later retrieve the stored data. Okay, later we can retrieve the data also. Based on some conditions, we can retrieve the data also later. Okay, that is what is called as a database. So what kind of related data we can store into the database? We can store any type of related data. For example guys, we can store related data like employee, employee ID, employee name, employee location, employee designation, okay, employee department. This is all related data. Whatever the data I'm writing here, okay, employee ID, name, location, designation, department, these are related data. This kind of related data we can store into a place known as a database, and later we can retrieve the data from this database based on some conditions. Okay, based on some conditions, based on some conditions also we can retrieve the data from the database. What can be the conditions? What can be the example for the conditions? For example, if you want to retrieve the details of the employees whose salary is greater than some XYZ number, that we can do guys. Okay, from the database, if you want to retrieve the records of the employees, data of the employees whose salary is more than so and so number, we can do that. Okay, so just to conclude guys, database is a place where we can store the related data and later retrieve the data from it. Okay. Example of the related data is employee ID, employee name, employee salary, employee department, employee designation, and so on. Okay. That's an example of the related data that we can store into the database. And later from this database, we can retrieve the data based on some conditions like we can retrieve the records of the employees whose salary is greater than XYZ. Okay. So this is what is database guys. This is what is database. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 195. That is, what is database management system? Let me answer. Before understanding what is a database management system, we should have an understanding of what is a database. So, what is a database? Database, in simple terms, is nothing but a place where we can store the related data. Okay, database is nothing but a place where we can store related data and later retrieve the data from it. Okay, we can not only store the data into the database, also later we can retrieve the data from the database also. Okay, so that's what is a database. In order to manage this database, we need a software. Okay, the databases that we use in real world have some softwares running on them. Okay, these softwares are known as DBMS. So what is DBMS? That is database management system. In, in short, database management system is known as DBMS, and it's nothing but a software guys. Okay, the software runs on the top of the database and which will help us in storing the data into the database in an organized way. Okay, so without this DBMS software, we can still store the data into the database, but not in an organized way. But if you use any of this DBMS software, the data that need to be stored into the database can be stored in an organized way. Okay, if what will happen if you store the data in an organized way, it will make our job easy in creating the data. Tomorrow, if you want to create the data, since the data is stored in an organized way in the databases because of this DBMS software, later, we can create the data in a better way. We can retrieve the data from the database in a better way. We can update the data in the database in a better way with the help of this DBMS software which runs on the top of the database. Okay. So DBMS in simple words is nothing but a software, okay, which runs on the top of the database to make the storage of the data an organized way of, okay, to store the data in the database in an organized way, the software is required. And because of storing the data in an organized way into the databases, okay, our job of creating the data into the database or retrieving the data and updating the data into the database will become easy guys. Okay, so this is what is a database management system. In simple words, is a software which runs on the top of the database to make the storing and retrieval operations more better and easy and organized. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is a database management system in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 195. That is, what is RDBMS? Let me answer. RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System. To understand what exactly is this RDBMS or Relational Database Management System, we need to first understand about the different data models. But first, what are these data models? Data models define how related data is stored inside the database. Generally, in the database, related data will be stored. But how the related data is stored is all depends on the data models. How the related data is stored in the database all depends on the different data models we have. What are the different type of data models we have? We have different type of data models like hierarchical model, then we have network model, then we have entity relationship model, then we have relational model. Okay, hierarchical, network, entity relationship, and relational model. Let me show you like how these different models will look like. Okay, so we'll Google search for that. Okay, first one is hierarchical DBMS model. Okay, if you Google search for this, in the Google search, you will get this diagrams and all. Okay, as you can see these diagrams, guys. Okay, so a parent will be there, and for that children will be there. Okay, parent, child, and for that again children will be there. This is called as a hierarchical model. Okay, if the data is stored in the database in this model, in this format, that is uh, that is one of the data model in which the data can be stored into the database. Okay, related data can be stored in the database. Next type of model using which maybe in some of the DBMS, right, in that some of the databases which are using some DBMS, the data will be stored in different type of data models. Like in some DBMS, they will be stored in the hierarchical model. In some DBMS, the data will be stored in the network. Second type is network DBMS model. Okay, so network DBMS model, let me give an example for the network DBMS model here. This is network DBMS. Here, this is a perfect example. You can say, you see any node can be connected to any other node. Okay. So here this B1 is connected to A1 is connected to B2, B1 is connected to C4. Okay. So this is what is network model. Any component can be connected to another, any data can be connected to another data. If the data is stored into into the databases in this model, it is called as a network DBMS model. Okay, network data model. Okay, network data model. Then we have entity relationship model. Entity relationship model in DBMS. Okay, so entity relationship model will look something like this, guys. Okay, so this is one of the example. You see employee and all the related stuff is there. Entity, this is an entity, employee is an entity, and it is related to different things like this. Okay, the data will be stored in this format in the databases. Okay, that is called as entity relationship data model. Then finally we have the relational model. Then finally we have relational model, which is nothing but the tabular model. If the data is stored in the database in the form of tabular format, relational model, okay, in DBMS. If I Google search for that, you see tables will come. Okay, if the data is stored in the form of tables like this, in the databases. If the data is stored in the databases in the form of these tables, okay, organized in the form of tables, that is called as a relational data model. Okay, tabular format, which is nothing but the relational model is nothing but the tabular format. So what is RDBMS then? RDBMS stands for what? Relational Database Management System. Relational. If the data, okay. So what is RDBMS? RDBMS is a type of DBMS, guys. Okay. In the previous session, I explained what is a database management system, right? It is a software which organizes and stores the data into the database. Okay. On the top of the databases, there will be some software known as DBMS softwares. Okay. DBMS is nothing but a software. So here RDBMS means relational DBMS. Okay. Relational DBMS. That means this kind of relational DBMS software, it's nothing but a software only, which uses which data model for storing the data into the database? Relational model. Okay. The DBMS softwares which are using the relational data model, that is tabular format, for storing the data into the databases are known as RDBMS. DBMS, first of all, DBMS means a software which will organize and store the data into the databases in an effective manner. In an effective manner. Okay, that is what is DBMS. But coming to RDBMS, it is also a DBMS software only, but it uses which type of data model for storing the data into the databases? It uses a relational model, data model, that is tabular format will be used by this RDBMS softwares for storing the data into the databases. Okay, they are known as RDBMS. So hope guys you understood what exactly is RDBMS in this session. That the DBMS softwares which store the data in the form of tabular format, that is they follow the relational data model for storing the data into the databases, are known as RDBMS. They are nothing but a software. Okay, the DBMS software. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 197. That is, what are the different examples of RDBMS software? Let me answer. In the previous session, I explained what is an RDBMS software. In this session, I'm going to give you the different examples of RDBMS software. So what are the different RDBMS softwares available in the market? They are nothing but in the market, we have different RDBMS softwares like Oracle, which is popular in the market. Then we have MySQL, which is also popular in the market. Then we have MS Access, IBM DB2, MySQL Server, MariaDB, SQLite, Informix, PostgreSQL. All these are the different RDBMS softwares available in the market. Okay. So hope guys you understood the different examples of RDBMS softwares available in the market in this session. So that's all for the session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 198. That is, what are cookies? Let me answer. Cookies are small text files, guys. Okay, what are cookies? Cookies are small text files having some piece of information, and these text files are placed in our browsers by the web servers of the applications that we visit online. For example, if you have visited a website, say amazon.com, in one of your browsers, say Chrome browser, then the web server of this amazon.com will place a small text file in your browser, that is Chrome browser. Okay, and these small text files are known as cookies. Let me practically show you like how amazon.com website will place cookies in your browser, which are nothing but the small text files. Okay, so let me practically show you that. First of all, I'll go to this Chrome browser settings. Okay, before browsing any application and all, I'll go to site settings, and here I'll go to privacy and security. Then I'll go to the site settings. Then from here I'll go to cookies and site data. Okay, under the content we have the cookies and site data. Click on that. Now here, see all cookies and site data option. I'll select. Here I'll type Amazon to see if any Amazon related cookies are there or not. Okay, I'll just type Amazon here. You see, no cookies related to Amazon are there. Okay, no cookies related to Amazon are there. Now what I will do here is I will browse for Amazon. Okay, Amazon.in I will browse for. So once I browse for this Amazon.in, now again I click on this settings of the Chrome browser and then click on the privacy and security, then site settings, same steps, cookies and site data, and now see all cookies and site data. If you search for Amazon this time, Amazon, you see some cookies are there. Earlier, this Amazon related cookies were not there, right? This cookie has been placed in our browser by Amazon web server of the Amazon.com, Amazon.in, Amazon.in. Because I browsed Amazon, not Amazon.com, I browsed Amazon.in. If I browse Amazon.com, let me browse Amazon.com and see what cookies are being placed. Okay, so here I'll click on the three dots. I'll go to settings again, privacy and security, site settings, cookies and site data, see all cookies and site data, and here I'll search for Amazon. You see a lot of cookies are there, right? Amazon.com, cookies created by Amazon.com. This cookie is also by Amazon.com. This cookie is also by Amazon.com. This one is also by Amazon.com. Amazon.com. Okay, these are the cookies created by Amazon.com website, web server of the Amazon.com website. Fine. So what are these cookies? These cookies are nothing but the small text files. Why these cookies got created here? That may be the next question, right? Why these cookies got created here in your browser? Why they got dropped in your browser? For what purpose they got dropped in our browser? So let's understand the purpose, guys. Okay. With the help of cookies, a lot of things can be achieved by the web servers of the applications. Okay. The company people behind these applications will do a lot of things with the help of these cookies. Cookies track user browser activity. So After you open this Amazon.com, and if you search for a product or you navigate to different pages, right, all your activity is being tracked. Okay, Amazon company is tracking your activities, guys. Okay, so all your activities are being tracked by Amazon.com with the help of what? Cookies. With the help of cookies that are placed in your browsers, your activity in the application on the application is being tracked. Okay, example, for the product searches made on Amazon.com, we say for the when you first visit the website, guys, you search for some products. After that, you will close the website, and tomorrow or day after tomorrow, again, if you open the same website, the home page will change. You will suddenly see all the products that you are searching, and relevant products related to searching. Okay, home page will be customized according to your search history. Okay, such things are possible with the help of cookies. Because of the cookies tracking your activity, okay, the information has been passed to the web servers of the application, and then next day, based on the code written by in these applications, right, they are displaying the relevant products for you on the home page. Okay, then next one is, next purpose of the cookies is to remember the login details. Remember, guys, when you have last time logged into gmail.com, only once it is required, right? Every time you don't have to log into Gmail, automatically it will launch. So even though we close the browser without logging out, we don't have to log in again and again into Gmail or Facebook, right? So in a browser, if you log into Gmail or Facebook, you don't have to do that again and again. That login is not required. Not ask for login always, right? Only one time is required. How it is possible? This login information or authentication is being done with the help of the cookies. Cookies are taking care of this. Okay, cookies are maintaining the session behind the screens, and hence you are not required to log in every time to Gmail and Facebook. Now, another purpose of this cookies are cookies. With the help of cookies, the web servers of the applications are the company people behind the application that you are using in your browsers, right? Those people will be collecting your analytical information, like how many visitors have visited their website on a particular day. Like that, if I have to count, okay, even though we visit the same website multiple times in the same day, it will be counted as one only, because with the help of cookies remember the information. Okay, this user has already logged in today, has already used the application today, again is coming in the evening, so this user should be counted as only one user per day. Okay, rather than two or three users. Okay, if I use the application different times, 3 to 4 times, and it should not consider me as three users, consider me only as a one user. That is possible with the help of cookies. Cookies, with the help of cookies, your location details will be tracked. From which location you are accessing the application will be tracked. So your language preference, okay, whether you are accessing the application in English or Telugu, or okay, whatever the preferred language, Hindi or whatever the language you are using for you are preferring for using the application, the the application company will know. Okay, then gender, okay, whether you are male or female also will be figured out. So this is what is all about. Cookies collect analytical information like all this stuff, okay, behind the scenes. And cookies will remember the things, guys. Okay, cookies also remember the things. Let's say today you have added one item to the cart. Tomorrow you open the same application, the item will still be there in the cart only. Okay, until not only tomorrow, after 10 days or after 1 month also, you will see the same item in the cart if you don't delete it, right? So how this website is remembering that item in the cart? With the help of cookies only, guys. Okay, so a lot of purposes are there for the cookies, guys. Okay, cookies track the user activity. Cookies remember your login details, and you don't have to log in and again. Then cookies collect analytical information, and all the information that is required to be collected from the user will be collected with the help of cookies. And cookies will remember the things, like few things. You see, because of this automation, right, user friendliness of the application will increase, right? Every time you don't have to add the item to the cart for purchasing it. Okay, one time you add it to the cart, next time it is easy for you. Just directly go to the cart and purchase it if required. That's what is the purpose of the cookies, guys. And coming to the types of the cookies, there are two types of cookies. One is session cookies and other one is a persistent cookies. Okay, what are session cookies and what are persistent cookies? I'll explain. Session cookies maintain the session. Okay, so because of this, when the session cookies are there in your application, means your session will be live. That means your login session will be live, guys. Okay, that's what is a session cookie. So the moment you log out, the session cookies will be deleted. You see, when you log in and do search, still you will be logged in, right? When you add an item to the cart, still you will be logged in. How this is happening? Because of the session cookies. Okay, session cookies in the behind the scenes are maintaining your session. For each and every activity, the session is continuing, right? For searching the product, for adding the item to the cart, for doing some checkout or something, the session is still on. This session is still logged in. That's because of the session cookies. Okay, session cookies are keeping your login session alive. The moment you manually click logout, then only the session cookies will die. Okay, will be deleted or die. So that is what is session cookies are. Then coming to the persistent cookies, the other type of the cookies we have are the persistent cookies, guys. What are these persistent cookies? Persistent cookies will be deleted on expiry. Okay, so they have some time range, guys. Okay, so let's say this particular cookie will be tracking your website for next 1 year. Like that, some time will be there. After 1 year, when the time approaches, the cookie will die. Cookie will be automatically deleted. You don't have to log out to delete. Okay, these persistent cookies will not delete when you log out. The cookies will be deleted only when they have to get deleted. Okay, based on the time. If they have to stay for 3 months, they will be staying in your browser for 3 months for that particular application. Okay, and you see, these persistent cookies are useful in case of login. Once you log into Gmail, it's not asking you to log in every time, right? Okay, it's not asking you to log in every time because there's a persistent cookie behind the scenes which is taking care of the things. Okay, so until and unless this persistent cookie gets expired, then only the Gmail will ask you login. Okay, that will be a year or 2 years or 3 years, we don't know. Okay, so it can be used for tracking purposes. Okay, using with the help of persistent cookies, we can track all the information like visitors, location details. All this tracking can be done with the help of persistent cookies. So this is all about cookies, guys. Hope you got an idea like what exactly are the cookies. Okay, so these what are the cookies, guys. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 199. That is, what is the difference between severity and priority? Let me answer. Coming to severity, it is nothing but the impact of the defect on the application. Okay. So if you are measuring the impact of the defect on the application, that is severity, then what is priority? Priority is how urgent is it to fix the defect. If you are measuring how urgent it is to fix the defect, that is called as priority. Severity means impact of the defect on the application. Priority means how urgent the defect need to be fixed is a priority. Examples, okay? With the help of examples, you will understand severity and priority in a more better way. So I'll take 2 examples here. First example I will take for low severity and high priority, okay? So let's say guys, let's say you went to one website that is google.com, okay? You went to google.com. The moment you go to google.com, here you will get a Google logo, right? You'll get a Google logo. Let's say there is a spelling mistake in the Google logo. What is the impact of this particular defect on the application? Impact is very low. Spelling mistake only, right? Impact on the application is low. It's not crashing the application. It's not displaying any error page on the application, but just a spelling mistake which is impacting your readability. The impact is low in this case. Okay, if there is a spelling mistake in this Google logo, the impact is low. But what is the priority in this case? Priority will be high, guys. Okay, if there is spelling mistake in the Google logo, you know how prestigious the Google company is, and they only have a home page like this. They don't display much functionality of this application, Google search application. So if there is mistake, a small mistake in this logo also, that is a very Google is a prestigious company, right? So they cannot have mistakes on their logos and all those stuff. So the priority will be urgent. It's very urgent to fix such kind of defect. So in this example, whatever I gave, that is, if there is spelling mistake on the Google logo on the google.com page, okay, that will be of low severity because the impact of the defect on the application is low. Only it is impacting the readability of that particular logo text. But coming to the priority, considering the prestigiousness of the Google website, the priority is high. That means the fix has to be done urgently. Okay, the developers have to fix this particular defect urgently. So this is the example. Mistake in a Google logo is the example for the low severity and high priority. Now let's go in the reverse way. So let's go with another one where high severity and low priority example. Okay, the severity will be high, but priority, the urgency in fixing the defect will be low. Okay, but impact of the defect on the application will be high, guys. High severity and low priority. So let's say let me go to this application. Any application you can go, guys. Okay, not only this application. So let me type the application properly. Tutorials ninja.com/demo. Okay, so I went to this application page. Now in this application page, if I go to any web page like here,
about us page. Let's say if I go to the about us page here, in the about us page, error page, assume that error page is coming. Okay, a critical error is coming, like some page not available error kind of thing is coming only for this about us page. Let's say in this page, but how urgent it is to fix this particular defect. Impact is high. Error page is coming means impact of this particular defect on the application is high anyhow. That is high severity. But coming to the priority, is it urgent to fix the defect? Okay, is it urgent to fix this defect? You see, not all people visit the about us page, right? So most of the people do search, okay, search for the products on this e-commerce website. They will try to place an order. Okay, they'll try to create an account. They'll try to log in, log out, all those stuff. But coming to the about us page is a kind of least priority. Okay, for the people to come to this page and every time check. Okay, so if such kind of page has a high impact defect, okay, so high severity defect, but priority will be definitely low base. Okay, so even though there is a high impacted defect is available on this page, it doesn't mean that priority should be high, priority will be low. Okay, but if the same critical defect is coming, okay, the same error page is coming on the login page. If you go to login page and here in the login page, if you are getting that error page, the definitely high impact and high priority at the same time. So another example will be high severity and high priority will be that example where when you go to the login page is not coming, instead error page is coming means high severity and high priority. Fine guys. And low severity, low priority. If again the same page I'll go to, that is about us page I'll go to. Here there is a spelling mistake on the about us page. Already it is a low, okay, low impact. That means low severity. And priority also, people don't prefer this page as much as other things, right? So this priority is also low. Okay, so these are the examples, guys. Now, hope guys you understood what is the difference between severity versus priority. Severity is all about impact of the defect on the application, whereas priority is all about how urgent is it to fix the defect, okay, in the application. So hope guys you got the answer for what is the difference between severity and priority in this session. So that's all for this session. So in the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye.
Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 200. That is, how do you test cookies? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly are these cookies? Cookies are nothing but the small text files. Okay, these text files are placed in your browsers by the web servers of the applications you are browsing online. Okay, whenever you visit a website like say amazon.com or flipkart.com or whatever the website you visit online, the web servers of that particular application will place small text files in your browsers, and these text files are none other than cookies. Why these web servers are placing this kind of small text files on your browsers? So that these text files will start collecting the information, okay, your information. They track your information, or they make your usage of the application more better, like that. Okay, lot of things are possible. So these text files will collect some information based on your activity and all while browsing the application, and this information will again be passed back to the web servers, okay, when you browse the application. This is what cookies are. Okay, this is what cookies are. But how to test these cookies? Every application will have cookies. Okay, while using application, every application will place the cookies in your browsers. But how to test these cookies? As in testing point of view, how we are going to test the cookies? So guys, you can test the cookies by going to the location where the cookies got added. Cookies will be saved in your hard drive somewhere, okay, by the browsers. Different browsers will store the cookies, that is small text files, in different places in your machine. But to make your job easy, you can take the help of some add-ons or extensions, okay. I'll take the help of this extension known as edit this cookie add-on, okay. There are other add-ons also available in the market, but I'll be taking this edit this cookie add-on for this demonstration, okay. So here I already installed this extension. I'll uninstall this first, okay, so that I can demonstrate this again. So I'll open this new tag, and here I'll browse for edit edit this cookie, okay, like this. Edit this cookie add-on. I'll browse, and in the search results I got this chrome.google.com. That means Chrome extension. It is edit this cookie, okay. Just select that link. You'll be taken to this page, guys. So here we have a button like add to Chrome. Click on that add to Chrome. You'll get this dialog. Say add extension. In a while, this extension add-on will be installed in your Chrome browser. Okay. Now click on this extensions and select this pin option so that you can access it directly. Now guys, I will take you to any application. Okay. Any application you go. So let's go to Amazon. Amazon. Amazon.com. Okay. Amazon.com application. After going to this application, click on this. You see a lot of these are all cookies, guys. Okay, this Amazon.com is adding all these cookies. Let me delete once and again reload this page to see again the cookies are being added by the web servers of Amazon.com to our okay browsers or not. Okay, click on this extension. You'll find okay. These are the number of cookies that are being added. Cookie 1, cookie 2, cookie 3. Amazon when you are using Amazon.com, the web server of Amazon.com is adding this many number of cookies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, total 8 cookies it is adding. So how do you test these cookies then? Okay, now using this extension or add-on, we can see like what cookies are available and what cookies are being added by Amazon.com. Okay, to our browsers. But how to test these cookies? How generally we test the cookies? Okay, here is a checklist I created. Whether the required number of cookies are coming or not. Okay, when you browse application pages, okay, when you browse application pages, the required number of cookies are coming or not. Okay, the required number of cookies are being added by the web servers of this application to our browsers or not is the first check. Second check is whether these cookies that got added by the web servers have the proper details or not. Okay, they have the proper uh, web server name, that is Amazon.com is a web server here, right? And they have the proper value or not, and they have the proper expiration date or not. Okay, all this and other details also you have to check. Okay, so you see for something secure is there. You see here secure, this cookie doesn't have the secure option selected. This cookie has a secure. So all such kind of things, all the details of the cookies we have to verify. Okay, whether the correct all the cookies are being created with proper details. Okay, have the proper name, value, expiration, etc. All the details, proper details are coming. Okay, or not, we'll check. Now we'll also check, we will do a kind of experimentation where we'll delete one of the cookie and see how the application functionality is behaving. Okay, so whether the application is behaving properly after deleting a cookie. Okay, accordingly. Okay, so when the cookie is there, how the application is behaving. Okay, when the cookie is deleted, how the application is behaving. All these things we have to check. The expected behavior of the application when the cookie is there and deleted need to be checked. Okay, and we'll check the requirements. Generally everyone will get the requirements from the client, right? Like these are the number of cookies and this is what is the behavior of the cookies. Okay, and these cookies get added, this should happen. All this against the requirements we have to see whether the cookies are really doing their job or not. Okay, so the reason why these cookies are added to the website, right, to the browser, right, the actions are being done by the cookies or not, we have to verify. Okay, this all the details of what the cookies have to be have to do will be there in the requirements anyhow. We have to check in all supported browsers. Okay, here we are checking the cookies only in Chrome browser, right? So we have to see, we have to do all this checklist things of testing the cookies in all the other browsers also, and many more tests are possible with the help of cookies, guys. So it all depends on the requirements we get from the client and what the cookies have to do. So we have to disable the cookies, we have to edit the cookies and modify the cookies and see whether the application functionality is responding properly to the changes in the cookies or not. All those things we have to test as part of testing the cookies. So hope guys you understood how do you test. Okay, okay. I think you'll be able to answer this question now if you come across this such kind of question in the interviews, like how do you test cookies. Okay, this is how we test cookies. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you, bye bye.